Yeah, well, one thing I noticed I can't do that.
How you doing? Living the dream.
But I never really tried.
So right now your bikes
That's what that's
are
called.
on and the lights are off.
Doesn't like do it all day. It's like two times. It's like, okay.
So keeping them up, it doesn't become hard when you're ready. If you don't want it, that's the off. You have to keep pressing.
Not like that.
It's just the way you picture. Yeah, it's annoying that it's the opposite. You can hold on to that if you want.
Yes. The green light was the indication. Sorry? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. And that's okay. It's just, it's not bad. Oh, yeah. Stuff all works in here.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Howdy.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Good. We have,
I'll take it every time.
so we're not moving even the minutes.
I think living a minute and a half away from you, I would talk to you more often.
I know.
How are you feeling? Everything
Really good.
good?
Yeah, that first trimester's over. That thing was like
Oh, yeah, there it is, July 15th.
That was rough.
torture. Hi. That was so much work. But you know, I'm so thankful you did it. Hey, David.
Yeah, I suppose. Like blessing in disguise, right?
Oh, yeah. Like, 4 trimesters finished. I'm like, wow. So you know what I do?
Yeah.
I'm feeling good. How about Lisa? Oh, wait, I just blanked at Amy. Your wife's name. How's Amy?
Yeah, Amy's doing well.
Good. She's feeling better? Good.
I think, yeah, I mean, you know, it's different circumstances, but having a routine helps with a lot of stuff, you know, and,
I see you guys on your walks while I'm working. I'm always
oh yeah. That's why we go, right when we know you're working so that we can make each other. Yeah, how grateful we are to have a neighborhood that's good for walking.
I know our neighborhood. Some of that. Just the openness. Like even when my niece took it back up, just getting on her bike and just.
Okay, she's gotten really good on her bike. I know she was like at the beginning, she was sort of wobbly.
I think your boys said hi to her.
Yeah.
Because she felt like more included. And I think she kept riding by your house.
So they were outside, and Charlie saw her riding by and thought that she looked like somebody that he goes to school with. And so I guess we were on our walk and heard this, and all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, Abby, and I'm like, that's just not by coincidence her name, is it?
No.
What's her name?
Sophia.
Sophia.
Yeah.
He's like, Abby, and she kept riding, and I'm like, why are you yelling Abby at the little girl? I thought that was, Abby from my class or whatever. And then I said, well, okay, next time, why don't you just, say, hi, I'm Charlie, I'm sorry for freaking you out by yelling Abby at you, and
I think she still liked it because she's like, oh, someone paid attention to me. Because she doesn't know anybody, right? So, yeah. Oh, that's
well,
good.
next time she's up, maybe we'll introduce them a little more formally because, the kids love being social, and that's.
It'd just be nice to meet new people, especially where like you're not able to meet new people this school year as much. But yeah, I think that'd be great. I'll let you know if she gets a text.
Okay.
Yeah. still owe you jars. I didn't forget.
Yeah, right. Been waiting on
You
that.
probably like got us posted like, Kristen, no jars. They're sitting like literally on my hearth in my fireplace, just like, Kristen, walk over there.
Chris, are you okay?
When social distancing cannot be used as right? So if everybody's still,
Yeah.
it's so that lotion does not dry. It does not evaporate quickly. I wanted to tell you. You put it on. I put it on like holy cow, and so I
It's
was
like
doing
slime.
backup mask in my bag that I wipe my hands off with.
Whoa, weird. Ooh, that was weird.
Oh my gosh, here's the. Ready? All right.
Want to say hi to everybody?
Yeah. Hello. Good to
How
see
you
you.
doing, Kevin?
I stayed away to take my mask off. Yeah, good to see you.
How you doing, bud? Nice to see you. Rare? Timer? Okay.
Tony, how you doing?
How you doing, Tony?
Yeah.
Nice to see you too.
Hi. Nice to see you. Like the fist pump?
How's your summer been? Yeah.
We forced my daughter back into softball, which was the best decision of all time. She officially.
Nice.
Yeah, she was like wanting to get out and not do it.
Yeah.
Shoved her in.
Good. That's good. Yeah, yeah. Just trying to find routine, you know. A lot of running, a lot of walking around our neighborhood, you know, just
Yeah,
kind of
and no later than
staycation
7:45. Right? We're just reading.
every day. Every day. Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna let
It's
him do it.
I made myself stick to it, and I'm feeling great. And you know, it's something that when everything goes back to normal, I'm just gonna have to find time to continue doing. Might have to get up earlier or whatever, but it's working.
So I think we always do it that way, and then we just pause. This is the way the agenda is always set up. It's just that we pause at 7:45. Well, you can, if you want to.
That's good.
It's totally. I mean, it's the board's decision.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is a regular meeting of the Cedarburg Board of Education. It's a public meeting. Prior notices have been placed in the district, and additional copies were forwarded to the News Graphic and Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. We're going to do an attendance roll call by name. Mr. Creer,
Present.
Kennedy. Here. Cox,
Present.
Goldbeck,
Here.
Patberg,
Present.
and Reimer is here as well. Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the regular board meeting of July 15th. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes from July 15th.
I have a motion.
A second, Kennedy.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Motion carries unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the public comment. And as that's listed, no later than 7:45, we will convene the public comment portion of the meeting. Right now, we're going to move on to recommendations for Mr. Bugnacky, where we're going to have a presentation on the reentry plan for fall of 2020. Mr. Bugnacky.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this board meeting. It's an unusual board meeting. We're in the field house. Generally, our board meetings are in the Cedarburg High School IMC, but we're here because there's a topic tonight, the reentry plan, that we're all very passionate about. And we know it's an emotional time in our community, in our state, and in our country. And it's emotional probably for you personally, because many of you may have certainly kids in the system, and you want them to enjoy the school district or their peers as much as possible and do it safely. I personally, I can tell you that today my daughter, she's a graduating senior, and got word that her college is going all remote in the fall, and very disappointed, very emotional, and those are the kind of things I think we have to wrestle through in this environment. And it's nothing we asked for, but it certainly is something that we are forced to deal with and support our kids and make good decisions for them to stay mentally healthy and engaged and productive. I do want to say welcome to our home viewers. So this is being streamed live, and thanks for joining us, all of you who are watching from home. Usually this time of year, there's a lot of energy for our return to school. It's a new school year. There's new teachers, there's friends, there's new spaces in all of our buildings, and unfortunately, that's a bit overshadowed by the pandemic we're dealing with. We ended the year in dealing with the pandemic. We had a virtual summer school experience here in the system due to the pandemic, and now we are laying out plans to start the fall under this pandemic umbrella. We are certainly entering uncharted territory, and we're working diligently to provide our students and families with a quality experience in an environment that is unpredictable. And I say unpredictable. My daughter got her roommate assignment just about a week and a half ago, and today she got notice at school she's not going back to school. And that's how quickly things are evolving. And so when you think about planning for the fall, we just have to be prepared to be very nimble and agile. We care about our students, our staff, and our families. We want to keep everyone healthy and safe while providing a quality instructional program. Our team, working behind the scenes, has been gathering input, consulting, while leading and contributing to the development of a plan. We have several district employees here tonight, and if you don't mind, I'm going to put you on the spot. If you can stand, if you're employed here in the school district, there's quite a few of them here. I think I have a couple of administrators, teachers. Thank you very much for all you've done coming out of the spring through the summer and into the fall. Greatly appreciate it. It's all of you that are going to make this possible. As we prepare for the fall in this environment, please know it's our community and school that's going to make the difference. We are not a COVID-free environment here in Cedarburg or in Cedarburg School District. COVID exists. It's a given. There are cases here in the system, and there are cases in our community. So we are not COVID free. However, it's our collective effort to really follow good safety measures that will keep our schools open. So it's just not a school responsibility, it's certainly a community responsibility to practice good safety measures to stay open. It's stay safe to stay open, very simply. Stay safe to stay open. So that means practicing all the proper measures because collectively, if we do that, I believe the plan that we're presenting will work. If in fact that doesn't happen, then we will find challenges with our plan. Now it is time, I think, really to use our collective effort as a community to keep the schools open and to stay safe, to stay open. We do have to do the right thing to keep ourselves and our community safe. If we do not, I think practice good safety measures, we won't be as successful as we can be in the fall. All aspects of this plan are subject to change. On a dime, they can change. We know the data and the circumstances around the pandemic continue to evolve, which means the plan is going to evolve. This evening, I have a number of team members here that are going to walk you through the reentry plan. We have the screens there on both sides, and a copy of the PowerPoint was handed out. And I don't know if there are any extras. Alan, any extra PowerPoint presentations? There are, so if you need a copy of a PowerPoint, you can raise your hand and Alan can bring those over to you. I want a shout out to our custodian crew for setting all this up. We wanted to set it up in a safe environment that followed the Washington Ozaki Health Department guidelines at 25% capacity while maintaining social distancing if possible, and that's what we have achieved here. So thank you to our custodian crew, John Coster, who's here, for organizing and putting his team together to make this happen. So here's our Cedarburg reentry plan. This is the start of it. It's been presented to the board, I want to say, 3 different occasions. And each time we come forward, we present some subsections of the plan. And we're going to continue to move through the plan. Tonight's agenda is to cover these particular areas. These are, just a moment, please. These areas are the things that are going to provide us the guidance to really wrap up the presentation of the entire plan. So we're going to go over the guiding principles, review what has been shared previously, comparing the options, the remote option and the in-person option, talk about survey feedback, and then review some of the new sections. First up tonight is Nicole Kafta, our school district nurse, and she's going to take us through the first couple slides, and she is our resident expert. So Nicole, you could come up to the mic there. And Nicole has done a marvelous job of providing us the support. She is our bridge to the health department and has been meeting with us regularly throughout the summer and all the way back into the spring. And so she's going to walk us through these first few slides to talk about the general status and update.
Okay, so this slide goes through, it's a general status update, kind of shares the entities that we are basing our school entry plan on and referring to as guidance. So the DPI, the CDC, they did release an updated return to school guidelines on the 23rd. The DHS, Department of Health Services, is still planning to release some updated guidance. But we don't have a go-to date for that yet. The WIAA released new guidance for fall sports on July 23rd, and the Washington Ozaki Public Health Department released an updated blueprint to their reopening plan, which updated their home isolation guidelines and building capacity recommendations. Current safety recommendations per CDC include maintaining 6 feet of social distancing, washing and sanitizing hands regularly, and wearing a cloth face covering in public settings when around people outside of one's household. Next slide, please. Current cases in Ozaukee County. Over the last week, there has been an additional 5 to 15 cases reported on a daily basis, so about an average of 10 cases new daily. Cedarburg has reported a total of 93 confirmed cases since March 18th, and 34 of those cases have occurred since July 15th. As of March 18th, Ozaukee County has a reported total of 518 confirmed cases, and 140 of those cases affect those aged 19 and under. 162 of the total of the 518 have occurred since July 15th, and we've had an additional 61 cases reported affecting the age group of 19 and under. The number of reported COVID-19 cases per every 1,000 residents in Ozaukee County is 5.2, which can then be broken down to be broken down further into 1 COVID-19 case per every 200 residents. Daily percentage rate for Wisconsin, daily percentage positive rate has ranged anywhere from 4.8% on July 22nd to 9.6% reported on July 26th. Today's daily percentage rate reported was at 5.9%. Next slide.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes.
On the prior slide there, when it states in the second bullet point that 140 cases affect those under age 18, does that mean there's a positive test?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When you state that there are 140 cases, it says which affecting those age 19 and under, I just want to clarify, does that mean that there's a positive COVID test for those parties?
Yes, those are positive COVID cases in those aged 19 and under.
Thank you.
This graph represents the age ranges of those affected. At our last board meeting, we had more positive cases in the age group of 50 to 59. You can see now that we are starting to see an increase in the ages of 20 to 29. And then again, the 2 bullet points or the 2 graphs at the very bottom, that will show you the cases in the 10 to 19 age group, which is 109 total for Ozaukee, Washington County. And then for those less than 10, 31 cases. And again, that's for Washington and Ozaukee. Next slide. This graph represents the total number of cases in Ozaukee County, and I apologize because this is the graph from July 26th, but the website has not updated with today's graph as of yet. So the blue lines represent the total number of cases, which on the 26th was 468 cases. The orange line represents the number of active cases, and on July 26th, 165 of those cases were active. Next slide.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Yep, Nicole will join us together again later in the presentation. Next, board members and viewers, we just want to talk about some of the guiding principles that we've used in developing our plan. So now that you have the landscape of COVID in our community, we're going to pivot a bit and share with you some of what we've used just to help guide our decision making. So I think it's important that we ensure whatever plan we come up with, there's access, there's quality, and there's safety. And our decisions have been rooted in those, whether that be having an in-person experience or a remote experience. And those are the principles we've used as we continue to develop and refine the plan. These are the subsections that are on our plan. The subsections that are circled are the sections we're going to go through today. All the subsections are available on our website. If you've been to our website lately, the reentry plan is on the main page in the black band on the top to the far right. And you can work your way through there and you'll find the subsections, and many, if not all the subsections have information on our reentry plan that have been presented to the board previously. When we do think about COVID and all the information that is out there, we tend to use some specific sources, and these are some of the sources that we consult and review when developing our plan and making decisions. They're similar to what you would find in other school systems, and this is certainly not a comprehensive list, but it gives you a sense of the areas that we continually review to help us and guide us in the development of our plan. So this section of the presentation is a review. So much of the information that has been presented in this section has been presented previously, but it's kind of critical information, so we thought it was important for you to hear that information again. The first item that is up for review is the in-person guidelines, which is the face mask and coverings. This is a decision point. On our website, you would find this under Health and Safety Guidance and Protocols. On every slide down in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see the subsection listed, and that's where you'll find this information on our webpage. So this is a presentation, and this particular topic was brought forward to the board 2 weeks ago, and at that time, the recommendation was to require staff to wear face masks. And now you can see that recommendation is still present and still stands. The one that has changed would be the recommendation for students. It went from strongly recommend to required. And there is supporting documentation that the district has received, and I know board members, you would like to talk a little bit about that, but we have received support from our attorney talking about the importance of protecting our students and staff in this environment, and the school board has a responsibility to ensure that we create a safe environment for everyone, and our attorney certainly encourages us to consider the best possible steps and practices to create a safe environment for our students and our staff. We've also received a letter from the health department encouraging the support of requiring masks for our students and staff, and also one from our insurance carrier. I do believe if we are going to open our buildings up on a Monday through Friday, invite all of our students and staff back into the system, it's imperative that we create the safest environment possible. And that's using all the safety measures that we possibly can to keep everyone safe as long as possible so we can stay open as long as possible. And I certainly do think the face covering is a key piece to that. I will stop there because I know board members, you may have some questions or comments, and I'll turn it over to you, Chris, how you'd like to proceed.
Yeah, would anyone on the board like to comment or to ask some questions on what's been presented by the administration?
Well, I have one question. My understanding was that the attorney was opining on whether we had the authority to issue a rule, not that the attorney was making a recommendation on this topic. Is that not the case?
So the attorney advised us on the board's authority to make a rule, Dave, and they also advised us on the potential risk involved with the board setting up the safest conditions possible for students and staff.
Is there anything in the recommendation? Is that a public letter, by the way, or is it?
It was
privileged?
a memo directed to the school board and copied to the superintendent.
Is it something that's public, or is it
It's
privileged?
in, I don't know that there's any reason why it could not be public. There is no
Okay.
information in there that is confidential or that would talk anything related about any personnel item or anything like that, so it certainly could be.
Okay. So one question I have is whether whether there's an opinion about mandatory masks creating any sort of duty that could lead to liability.
In the recommendation, it does not cover anything regarding the duty. The recommendation is to limit the potential risk of claim from a student or potential staff member. The recommendation says, based on the current information, including the July 23rd letter from the Washington Ozaki Public Health Department, an argument could potentially be made that requiring all persons who can safely wear a mask covering in school when social distancing is not able to be maintained is a reasonable measure to take in minimizing the risk of student and employee contracting the virus in a school setting. The district as an employer is required to provide a safe work environment for its employees. It goes on to say that the board is responsible for acting in the best interest of the district, and that means to protect the health, safety, and welfare of students and staff by taking all reasonable measures. And the last recommendation that they asked the board to consider is just limiting the potential disruption to in-person learning, meaning if we are not wearing masks and there's a higher potential for outbreak in the school, that would certainly disrupt learning.
It sounds like the answer is no. I'd be concerned about that, and I don't know what the answer is. Whether if we go from optional to mandatory, that somehow creates a duty that we have to basically be the mask police, and if there's an allegation that we didn't live up to that duty, that we could face liability. So I didn't see that addressed at all in there. So that's one concern I would have.
Since we just read that document, can we take steps to make that public tomorrow, if not tonight?
Yes, we'll make the attorney's recommendation public.
And just to add further comment, I know we've received a lot of, public comment from the community, and it's definitely my stance that, while there's a kind of a split down the line, it's really important that we get our students back into class. That's what they want. Students want to be in the classroom. They want to learn with their teachers, see their teachers, be with their friends. And if we want them to be in 5 days a week, the best we can do and the ask we have of the community is just have our students wear masks, right? So our district is putting a lot of efforts in place to make sure that we're keeping students safe. Teachers are wearing masks. We have personal protective equipment. We have cleaners, cleaning equipment, additional staff for cleaning. So, it is an ask of us that we have community on our side, but regardless, I strongly recommend that it is a requirement for our students to keep them in class as long as possible. And as Todd said earlier, this is flexible. This is something we're looking at monthly as things change. We're not going to be in this world forever, fingers crossed. But it is important that, in the current environment that we're in, based off statistics, advice from insurance, advice from lawyers, advice from medical experts, that we abide by those recommendations and that we keep our students in school as long as we can by wearing a mask.
Yeah,
I'd like to get a little bit more staff input on the document, and I'm wondering if we could put you on the spot, Nicole. I'm sorry, but if you could come back up to the mic and just opine on these different items on this slide 12 that's up on the board, and give us your thoughts as the school nurse, and also what you've been reviewing and looking at in Ozaki County and everything else. Thank you.
Nicole, can you bring the mic a little bit closer to you, please? Just, I think it would help. Thank you.
Sure. So I'm sorry, what was your question again, Mr. Reimer?
So this gentleman over here just can't hear you speaking, so if you could just speak as loud as possible, Nicole. Mr. Reimer was asking about your opinion on the current recommendation.
Thank you. My opinion is that all students should be wearing a mask inside the school building. The rates in Ozaki County, Washington County, in Wisconsin, they're all rising. If we want our students and our staff in the building 5 days a week, having just our staff wearing a cloth face mask isn't going to really help all that much. that really doesn't provide protection for our teachers, our administrators, our superintendent, our support staff. The cloth face mask really protects the one that is wearing it to stop the secretions. But it's not really going to protect, it has to go both ways. So if the teacher has a mask on, she's more or less protecting her students from getting ill. But if those students in her classroom, and if classrooms are going to contain 25 students, which is the average size, none of those students are going to be wearing a mask. Even with cough etiquette, sneeze etiquette, I am concerned that we will have cases in our building. And I think that if we have a mandatory mask policy for students and staff, that we can stay open. But we all have to work together to make it happen.
So I've been doing quite a bit of reading on this and trying to come to a conclusion, because what we're trying to do, I kind of disagree that we're trying to keep everyone as absolutely safe as possible, because I think that's kind of an impossible standard. I'm looking more at it as far as taking reasonable precautions, what makes sense. And so I'm struggling with trying to balance the impact that masks will have on teaching and learning, which I think is significant. The potential that I've done a lot of reading. I'm not an expert by any means, but I've seen studies that if they don't state so, they imply that having a mask on a young child causes them to touch their face more, and the virus can enter through the eyes, not just nose and mouth, that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to kind of balance what would be reasonable versus what might be an unreasonable extraordinary measure. And so in my reading, I mean, I've come across a number of different reports. One of them is, I was wondering if you're familiar with the report from the New England Journal of Medicine in May that concluded that wearing a face mask outside of healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection, and how that would factor into your analysis.
Well, I can quote our medical advisor, Dr. Yang, because I did reach out to him as well to get his guidance regarding this.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you.
I reached out to our medical advisor, Dr. Yang, and I'll read part of what he had emailed back to me regarding his thoughts on mask wearing in the schools. And he said, and I quote, "To proceed with in-person schooling while still trying to protect students, teachers, administrators, staff, their families, and the community, I believe it is vital that all persons wear a mask at all times while in the building. I've seen arguments about viral particles being smaller than the filtering size of cloth masks, therefore the masks are ineffective. However, most respiratory droplets are larger than the openings of cloth masks. Cloth masks help reduce transmission."
Okay, and was there any, did he cite anything?
Excuse me?
Was it just his opinion, or can you give me something to work with? Did he reference any studies or anything like that, or was his article published in the New England Journal of Medicine or anything like that?
He did not reference any articles, no.
Okay.
Having students touching their mask, there is a concern. With the younger students, it is going to be challenging. It's going to take redirection. The teachers of the younger students it's like with everything else, eventually they will learn what they can, what they can't do. So is it going to be a learning curve? Absolutely. If we have everyone masking in our building, does that mean we'll be COVID-free? No. But I'm concerned that if we do not have masks in the school, It will not be a safe environment, and we will end up having to close our doors and going remote.
And that's based on any study?
CDC guidance, Department of Health Services guidance.
Any studies you're aware of? I just want to make sure I can understand.
No.
Thank you. I mean, I'm looking at an article from the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons that, I don't know if it says something different than what you just mentioned about the particle size, and maybe there are some large particles, but there are a lot of small particles, and it sounds, what I got, and again, maybe, there's disagreement in the literature, I don't know, but this one is saying that the COVID has a 0.125 micrometer measure, and that when you have a cloth or a surgical mask, the studies were showing that those masks are almost near zero as far as efficiency for anything at 0.3 or below. Is there another one out there that says, that kind of supports what doctor's saying there?
Is that, Dave, is that saying that if the COVID particulate is inside a respiratory droplet, that the droplet will stop and the COVID will go through the mask, or I don't?
No, I
understand
don't,
that.
I'm not exactly sure. That's why I'm asking. Not an expert. I don't know. So, I mean, to me, is there a difference between someone spitting when they talk versus sneezing that causes other smaller particles? I don't know. So I'm just trying to learn.
Right, no, and I understand. I don't remember the study that I had looked at, but they did look into cloth face coverings, different types, different fabrics used, and a cloth face covering that includes 2 layers of tightly woven cotton fabrics, so similar to like a quilter's material that they use, was found to protect, I believe it was near 70% of particles. So will some particles still come through? I'm sure they will, but I think it's worth a try.
Yeah, and it's not a perfect system, right? So this is on top of hand washing,
Right.
sanitizer, the deep cleaning that our staff is going to be doing, cleaning of the buildings, the 6 feet where we can have 6 feet, if not 6 feet, then other measures in place. So it's a piece of the pie, and it's a piece that I think is really going to help bring everything together. To her point earlier, teachers wearing a mask is a tiny portion compared to how many students we have, and not only that, but just in terms of the flow and students being around other students, we want to keep students safe together. We don't want to just have small pockets of people feeling safe. The idea is that everyone here should feel safe, and it's a piece of all of the items that we're implementing this school year to try to keep people in the building as long as possible.
Yeah, if it's about feeling safe, maybe, okay. I'm struggling.
And being safe.
I'm struggling with it, with basically taking an uncertain benefit that I guess is uncertain at best, and causing the disruption. And I do think there's going to be a negative impact on teaching and learning. It's, anyone who's been in a conversation with, or a meeting with people wearing masks, it's not the easiest thing to do. And I just see a huge distraction, especially in the younger grades. So that's what I'm struggling with, is kind of doing a risk-reward analysis, and it looks like there's uncertain actual benefit and certain problems.
I think if we're looking at this with risk reward, I think trying to educate children in the times of a pandemic is going to be difficult anyway. It's not going to be business as normal. With masks, if we're weighing it on a risk reward, and the reward is keeping everybody safe, or at least having an increased chance of keeping everybody safe, certainly no increase in transmission of COVID with masks on. At worst, is a wash. At best, we are keeping our community and our district healthy. I mean, there are articles that support everything. Dave, I think you mentioned that yours was published in May, which means it was probably written in April. We've gotten a lot more information about this since then.
Well, physics hasn't changed, right?
Physics hasn't changed, but our understanding of how the virus is transmitted has certainly changed, as evidenced by improved or updated, at least, CDC guidelines, which I think, since we've all admitted, either in our own minds or out loud, that we're not COVID experts, I think we should be looking to those people who are as close as what we have to rely on as COVID experts to take our advice. And right now, that advice is wearing masks. That advice is coming from our nurse. That advice is coming from our legal. That advice is coming from the Washington Ozaukee Public Health Department and also our insurance providers.
Do we have any such advice coming from, like, say, for example, the New England Journal of Medicine or any
Right.
other?
I mean, we didn't come in with those articles prepared, nor are they peer-reviewed and by whom. But overwhelmingly, the well-respected scientific community right now is recommending masks. There's always counter-arguments to everything. But I don't know that one article published from one periodical in May should go against what the prevailing data and numbers are telling us right now.
Well, I haven't seen prevailing data or numbers. I mean, I would be more inclined to trust a medical journal than politicians. But again, I'm trying to balance this out and trying to figure out the risk reward in my mind.
I just want to interject for a second. Nicole, did you have anything else to add? I know we were having you stand up there for a while.
No, thank you. Well, I guess I have one more thing to add. With the cloth face covering, I know you're concerned about students touching it, but if they're wearing a cloth covering and they sneeze, or they have a runny nose, or they have a cough, that is going to protect the teacher from being exposed to those droplets. Thank you.
I'd like to,
Thank you, Nicole. Does
if I
anyone
could-
have any
if I could-
questions?
Chris, could I weigh in quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. A few weeks ago, I remained neutral on the virtual call that we had because I did want to see how things play out in the county and also talk to other professionals in this field. In listening to the county health department, I've talked to numerous medical professionals, and I appreciate the school nurse's input and for her being here tonight and all that she's done on this. I'm convinced that we need to have a requirement to have masks now. I feel the biggest impact to our education will be if a student gets sick and has to be quarantined or their classmates need to be quarantined for 14 days. I believe we did the best we could in the virtual learning, but it's not the best educational system that we have. So I think we'll take much bigger damage if we have people quarantined or people who are homesick for a period of time. I'm trying to avoid that. And I know personally, if and when we have a student or a teacher go home sick and we didn't have the mask requirement, I know personally I'd say I regretted that because we could have done more. And I'm convinced of that after hearing and talking to the medical professionals and doing my own reading on this, that this is the safest way to go for not guaranteeing anything at all. But it does help us. It provides another layer of protection for our students and staff and the parents who are at home or grandparents who are at home. I'm convinced of that.
Thank you, Kevin. And everyone will have a chance to talk, and the public as well. So, but I just wanted to ask Todd, Mr. Bugniacki, have you had any feedback from your administrators, teachers, anything on their opinion and how they feel, and how the principals feel their teachers are taking this, and what they would like? Any feedback there?
Sure. I can defer to Ted, if you don't mind coming up, Ted. I had asked Ted if he would reach out to our administrators just to confirm what I thought, and he had indicated that overwhelmingly the administration is supportive of the mask requirement. And I had also reached out to the leaders of the teacher union here in Cedarburg and asked them their thoughts on it. And they had also indicated that they were supportive of the mask requirement and went on to say that their membership is as well. And I will echo a bit what Kevin had said. I do believe that if we're going to open our doors, we want to have the safest measures in place. And we know a bit about how this virus spreads. And given the plan that we're bringing forth to you tonight, I believe the key is to keep our teachers as safe and healthy as possible. We know that we're going to find a shrinking sub-pool. We know we're going to have teachers who are going to have to be quarantined and students are going to be quarantined. So this is part of our mitigation efforts to keep the virus at bay and keep everyone in the system as healthy as possible. And I think it's clear that when you look at the data, the older adults are the ones who are infected with the virus more than those who are younger. But we have to take the steps to protect all students and staff. And our greatest concern from the administrative standpoint is making certain that we have available staff to continue to staff this model. And in order to do that, we need healthy staff members here, and we need to take the precautions to keep them here. So just to answer the question again, Chris, yes, the administration is supportive of the recommendation, and so is the teacher union. Ted, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, our comments from our administrative team is an overwhelming yes, that they believe that the mask mandate, the requirement is an essential part of our approach of keeping staff and students healthy and well and in the buildings, and their feedback from leadership teams within the building echoes those same sentiments.
What about the teachers themselves? I mean, I know you say the administration and so forth. Have we had conversations with them, and what would that look like? And also, Ted, can you introduce yourself so people know who you are and what your role is?
So I am Ted Knoll, Director of Student Services, and the principals indicated that that when they have worked with their building leadership teams, their teacher leadership teams this summer on the reentry plan, comments and discussions that have centered around making sure that we have a safe environment. Masks were a central piece of those conversations, and we very much were on board with it. And in fact, to a point that the comfort level would be much greater for them with that requirement in place.
Does anyone have any questions on any of the feedback that Ted got at all? Do you have anything to add?
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
As this is a decision point, and I don't know if there are any other board members or anybody up here with any other questions for anyone, but would this be an appropriate time then to make a motion?
Well, I know that there's a lot of people in the audience that are probably going to talk or want to talk about this, and maybe we've exhausted our conversation about it, but I personally would like to hear from them prior to us making any decisions, since they took the time and energy to come here under these circumstances. So if no one else has anything else up here to talk about regarding this, I'd like to move it to the public comment portion of the meeting, if that's okay with everyone up here.
That's fine with me.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, is that okay?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
All right. So we're going to move on to the public comment portion of the meeting at this time. I have a list of people that have signed up to speak, and that was more for planning purposes. So if there's someone here that would like to speak and is not on the list, I'm going to call people off one by one. Then please feel free at the end of the list to step up and speak. One thing that I would like to say is that this has been a very passionate and at times polarizing discussion, not just the masks, but all the different subjects. So to be clear, you can talk about anything at this point, not just the masks. But what I would like to have is the behavior that you would expect to have in return. So I know we're all adults, and we also have some students here, so please let's treat each other as kindly as possible. And I know we have different opinions probably in this room, but we need to respect everyone's opinion. Additionally, the board policy calls for 3-minute time limit on each person. So we will be making every effort to enforce that. So please be cognizant of that time limit. In addition to that, board policy says that there's a maximum aggregate time to discuss open session items with the public of 30 minutes. And based on the list that I have here, we're going to exceed that 30-minute time. So at this time, I would like to float a motion out there to waive the 30-minute time limit on the public comment section of our meeting. Could I get a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries unanimously. All right. So,
So Chris, just to be clear, you're not giving everybody 30 minutes to speak.
right, 3 minutes, but everyone can speak 3 minutes all night long if needed. All right, so here's the disclaimer. In the past, the State Attorney General issued guidance on how governmental bodies, such as school boards, should conduct the public comment portions of their meetings. This guidance was given to assist governmental bodies in avoiding violation of the state's open meeting laws. The essence of this guidance is that unless the topic being brought to the board by the public is listed on that meeting's agenda, no significant discussion can be held on that item. Instead, that topic may be listed as an item on a future meeting agenda, whereby discussion could then be held. The reason for this guidance is not to limit open discussion, but rather to ensure that all interested parties have equal opportunity to participate in the discussions with the full school board. We on the school board encourage community input, and we want to hear from you, our constituents. However, we also take the state's open meeting laws very seriously, and will follow the guidance as outlined by the State Attorney General. Therefore, if an item is listed on tonight's meeting agenda, open dialogue may occur between the individual from the public and board members. If it is not listed, the board will be limited to listening only and will not be able to respond to comments and questions. If your item is not listed on tonight's agenda and you want to have discussion regarding the topic, you are encouraged to contact the district superintendent and request that your item be listed on a future meeting agenda. As always, you are also encouraged to discuss any issues with individual board members on a one-on-one basis outside the meeting setting. Please make your comments to the board and not to any individuals in the audience. As per school board policy, each statement made by a participant should be limited to 3 minutes. Please note that this is a public meeting and we ask everyone to address one another with the same courtesy and respect you'd like to receive in return. When you approach the microphone, please state your name and address for the record. As a reminder, this meeting is videotaped and will be broadcast by the district's Eduvision channel and website. And additionally, this meeting is being live streamed on YouTube. All right, thank you. So the first person is Stacy Tolmio. Would you please approach the mic? Kirsten?
And can you just confirm that the mic is
Maybe if you
okay?
cap it. The green light.
Stacy, just talk, is it not?
I can't hear you, so we'll figure it out for you here.
Okay, oh, the magic button worked, right? Good evening. Thank you for your time and for what you are doing for the district. And to the educators in the room, I want to thank you from my family for making this past year as good as it could be. Board of Education, you have found yourselves in a volunteer position, having to make the most difficult decision on the health, safety, and overall well-being for our children, teachers, and staff. The decision you make will not please everyone, and criticism will follow. You will be blamed for opening the schools too early or not opening schools at all. There is no win-win decision here, so I encourage you to continue to make decisions based on science, current data, and history. I agree with you for waiting to provide school opening plans. Two weeks ago, the state of Wisconsin looked very different than it does today. Our state and county are now in the red zone of high surge cases. That changes everything. Of course, we should try to get our children back to school. However, we must look at the viral activity in our community. The spread needs to be low to even consider sending students back for face-to-face instruction, and we have to be able to test quickly and contact trace. I'm not confident that we can do that right now, but maybe we'll get there. The Cedarburg School District is one of the largest employers in Cedarburg, and I urge you to think of how we keep our teachers, staff, and their families safe. Organizations are working from home or have procedures in place to limit exposure. We know our teachers won't be able to social distance at all times, and masks must be worn by all, including children. I ask you not to rush into the decision of heading back to school on September 8th. I look at that date as a moving target. Keep it fluid. I would propose asking teachers to prepare for full-time virtual learning and for the board to continue to evaluate the status of the community virus spread. It is only right to protect our teachers and their families as an employer should. It makes no sense to rush back to school just to close them because of the spread. I'd like to address Mr. Cryer. The National Institute of Health and the CDC tells us that mask wearing reduces the likelihood of transmission or acquiring the virus by 50 to 80%. We know now, according to those organizations, that children between 10 and 18 can transmit the spread just like you and I, like an adult. If it is a priority to have our students and teachers back at school, then we need to broadly combat it. We need to reduce our viral activity and community spread immediately if we want our children in face-to-face learning environment. To the community that's here and watching from home, I ask that you speak to your elected local, county, state officials to require masks now. Folks, we've got 6 weeks to reduce the spread if we want our children back for face-to-face learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So in between each speaker, Ann Weaver will be wiping off the mic. A new wipe. So our next speaker is Julia Going. And Julia is a student here at Cedarburg High School. And she is speaking with Ava Reeve. Thank you.
My name is Ava, and this is my friend Julia. We are the 2 CHS seniors who started the petition to require masks at Cedarburg schools this fall. At the point of this meeting, our petition has reached nearly 1,500 signatures. We want to begin by thanking you all for your hard work in creating a safe environment as we reopen Cedarburg schools. We would be in agreement with you that the ideal situation is to continue in-person education as long as is possible. As students, we want to go back. We know that our peers do as well. That's why it's so important for us to take every precaution possible, including required mask wearing, to ensure that sickness does not prevent our in-person education. If we do not, our fear is that school will close very soon after reopening as the virus is allowed to spread endangering most especially teachers and other adults in the building.
With the system that you plan to implement, sickness will occur, and likely it will affect those who are most vital to the school environment, teachers. If a teacher were to come down with COVID, they could potentially be out of teaching for a number of months, creating a situation where students are left without adequate instruction. The only way to avoid this is by keeping the teachers safe, and this involves more than just a mask mandatory policy for staff. As you likely know, masks only work when used universally, so the only way to know we are doing everything possible to keep Cedarburg educators healthy is to enforce a universal mask policy. It is not fair to ask teachers to risk their lives and the lives of their family members because of a student's apparent inability to wear a mask.
We also want to make clear that, though we all wholeheartedly believe in a policy requiring masks, this policy can and should be flexible so that at teachers' discretion, students may remove their masks when either adequately social distanced or spaced apart in classrooms with proper use of plexiglass shields. Utilizing policies such as these are ways to allow breaks for masks without exposing teachers to the virus.
Many students in the Cedarburg School District live or come in contact with people with compromised immune systems. Personally, my sister has an autoimmune disease and my mother has a pacemaker and asthma. When making decisions about our return to school, please make sure to remember these students who are making the choice between the best education possible and the safety of those closest to them. Students should not have to make this choice when there is an effective solution as simple as putting a piece of fabric on your face.
We understand the pressure that you are receiving in making this decision, as unfortunately this has become politicized. But ultimately, we hope that you look at what the health experts are saying and choose the option that keeps your students and staff in the safest environment possible. Think about seatbelts. Many people refused to wear them when they were first implemented, saying they were too restricting or not needed. But now, to not wear one would be reckless. Remember that you were elected to this position to do what is best for your community. Please do not neglect your responsibility to us for political gain by abstaining or voting against mask policy. You have enough evidence. Please vote as an educational institution should, on the side of reason, science, and the virtues of scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to Daniel Grinke. Daniel? Oh, thank you. And if you could just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Daniel Greinke. I live at W203N16301 White Oak Circle in Jackson, and I am a Cedarburg graduate of 2009. I believe that a universal mask policy is definitely the best and most effective way to begin, but I would question using that as sort of an end-all be-all. Will there be sanitation of desks between uses of students? Will there be sanitation of the plexiglass inside of the classrooms? In the slides that we didn't quite get to, I didn't see any sort of mention of sanitizing desks or anything in between class uses. Is that something that would be used? Yes. And you're shaking your head, yes, thank you.
Yes, and we can speak on that in a little bit more detail.
Absolutely, yeah. As you may or may not know, we have, I'm going to adjust this because I feel like I'm shaking quite a bit, just trying to lean down. We won't all feel safe until there is either a universal vaccine or the disease goes away. And I believe that the best way to prevent any students or teachers from getting sick, like the students that just spoke mentioned, is to refrain from having in-person, classes until we have, a 100% effective way of preventing our teachers from getting sick, because as they brought up, if the teacher gets sick, they could be out of commission for months, as many people have already been. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, Daniel, the question you asked about sanitizing and cleaning and the whole protocol that we have in place for that is going to be addressed later in the meeting. So hopefully you can stick around. If not, it will be recorded, and it will also be online. Next, Terry Schwab, please.
Hello, my name is Terry Schwab. I live at W75 and 824 Tower Avenue in Cedarburg. I'm a community member, current CHS parent, Parkview Elementary teacher, and the Cedarburg Education Union president. Before I start jumping into my thing, I just want to, address career. You asked about students and masks. I spend my summer months tutoring. I've been tutoring kids K4 through about 8th grade now this summer, and no students are having any, issues with masks. They put them on, they keep their hands on the materials. They are not engaged with playing with them, maneuvering them, anything like that. So that's, if that's any sort of information for you to help in your decision, it really has not been any problem. So now for my main purpose. For the safety of our children, our educators, and the general public, it is imperative that our school district decision makers listen to the science and our public health experts when it is needed to return to in-person learning. The following are science-based conditions that should be addressed in order to prevent mass infections and super spreading events. First one, in-person learning. A substantial and continuous decline in the community in new COVID-19 cases for at least 21 consecutive days, and overall rates of community infections reaching a safe level, using things like Harvard's Global Health Institute key metrics before return to face-to-face instruction. Number two, an established and public reclosing matrix. We need to have a plan for what will happen when any positive cases of COVID-19 are identified among students or staff, including a reclosing matrix which takes into account community spread, number of confirmed cases within a school in the district, the clustering of cases, and the availability of subs. Number three, mandatory mask wearing by all staff and students. Unless there's a very good reason, like a health condition preventing it, everyone in the school buildings should be required to wear masks at all times. The science is absolutely definitive that mask wearing by people who are infected and people who are not infected greatly reduces transmission rates. This is a cheap, simple, and necessary requirement. Number four, cohort staff and students. Arrange education so that no staff or student interacts with more than a limited number of people. Limiting contacts through cohorts can dramatically contain the spread from any one infected person. Hold on, my numbers are out of order. There we go. Next one, 3 to 6 feet of social distancing. We need to arrange all learning environments, passing environments, so that 3 to 6 feet of distance when masks are worn can be maintained and require such distancing for all staff and students. Have a minimum threshold for air circulation and quality. Our schools must meet standards for proper air circulation, and all our schools should have high-quality air filters that remove viruses such as UV filters. Next, modified coronavirus sick leave policies.
Excuse me a second. We're at 3 minutes. I want to be fair to everybody.
Okay.
I don't know if, it's not my job to, I was just suggesting if you could, I'm
Are you
not the
almost done?
president.
Just a few more. I'll just give you the bullet points.
Okay.
Have a sick leave policy in place, accommodations for vulnerable staff and students, include educators in the planning process, and substitute availability. Now, I do want to say this, I am one of the people who does sit on the Teacher Engagement Council. I know that many of these things are being addressed and looked at, but I do want them to be on your radar, and I want them to be continuing to be on your radar even when decisions are made, as things will continue to change. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Terry. You know, so you'd mentioned all these things. Is this based on your role as leadership in the teachers union, that you got feedback from your?
This is, yes. You don't want to know how much feedback I've been getting the last couple months.
So can you tell us what kind of, is this from the majority of your
Yes.
membership?
Yep.
Okay. That's all I had.
Okay.
Terry, I had one question too. You referenced a specific closing plan and sort of the matrix. Do you have a reference for that you're
I can
talking
pull one
about?
up. There have been union representatives across the state working with DPI, and we just had a telephone call conference today with Department of Health Services today about 4 o'clock, talking about what things you should be looking for as to when you consider closing or not closing.
Does that
So-
exist already, or you're saying
no, it is in
we
process.
should kind of invent our own?
No,
Just
there is
for
going to
reference.
be some ideas in process of when, and I think it was Nicole referenced, I think, in her slide too, that Department of Health Services is looking, and that's who DPI is working with, and we have been working with DPI.
Thank you.
So, okay?
Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, Jennifer Gansky, I saw a email pop up on my phone that she might not be here. Is that still the case? And next is 7 Kinsey.
Mr. Reimer, I can't hear you very well when you're talking, by the way, just so you know.
Okay.
Kevin Kinsey, it's Kevin with a C, W69 N389 Evergreen Boulevard. First of all, I'd like to reference the first couple slides we had up here. We're talking about the cases in Ozaukee County, 518. I did a quick search, and what I believe is missing from those are the hospitalizations and the deaths, because cases can go up and up, but the deaths and hospitalizations are what we need to trend. And this is just a number I had a few days ago. I wasn't able to find it real quick. I believe there are 2 hospitalizations in Ozaukee County right now. And if I'm wrong, I apologize. And also right now, per Wisconsin Health Department, there right now are 16 deaths. And that is a flat number. So that's 3%. We watch that, those numbers stay flat or go down, nothing else matters. Doesn't matter how many people, everyone's gonna get a virus, just like we did. I'm 60 years old, I've had colds, I've had flus for years. Everyone's gonna get this virus, or has had it. I've had it, it's come and gone. Everyone's gonna do it. So again, what I'm hoping for is to watch the trends. And thank you for that. Again, my name is Kevin Kinsey. I have a 5th grader in the Cedarburg School District. And I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment. 2020 has been a crazy year. We've had plans, we had dreams, we had hopes. We all have to pivot to a new way of living, whether this is temporary or the new normal. I strongly support mask choice for our children this school year. I believe that no one except the students' parents or guardians should be able to mandate masks or anything else for their child where their health is concerned. COVID-19 has brought on a plethora of opinions, from a virus which is going to end civilization to one which is being used to control society. Unfortunately, it has become politicized, and our children are caught up right in the middle. Mandating masks for our children in school puts us only 1 step or 2 away from closing schools, likely until the November elections happen. And we can't let that happen. In yesterday's news graphic, I don't know how many people saw it, on the front cover of the news graphic, our mayor stated that he has no plans to discuss with the Common Council the possibility of a mask mandate. The city administrator emphasized a similar statement. They both cited several reasons and sources for this decision. If the city is leaving it up to the residents to choose, why would we even think that the schools should do the same? Lastly, as it was last year, the year before, and the year before that, and so on and so on, if your child is sick, leave him home. If vulnerable, take precautions. And if he's healthy, send him to school with masks or no masks. It's your choice. And remember, God's got this. And we keep our prayers for all of you here as you make your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Jennifer Collins.
Do I take it off? Okay. My name is Jennifer Collins. My address is W59N783 Highwood Drive. Superintendent and members of the board, I'm a Cedarburg High School alumni, proud parent of a child in the district, and proud MPS educator and MTA union member. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me speak and all of your hard work on developing a reopening plan for the Cedarburg School District. Although I feel uncomfortable coming here tonight in person, and although I realize this makes me look a little hypocritical, I feel compelled to speak on Cedarburg's reopening plan, even if I'm in the minority. First, I urge you to reject Cedarburg School District's reopening plan and wait to reopen schools for in-person instruction until there is a downward trajectory of COVID-19 cases reported within a 14 to 21 day period in Ozaukee County. According to Washington and Ozaukee Health Department's websites and the information that your nurse shared today, the number of positive cases in the county continues to show an upward trajectory. A spreadsheet was shared with the board prior to this meeting. After considering this data, I urge the board to wait to reopen schools for in-person instruction until there is a downward trajectory. If the school serves as a place of spread, it will affect the entire community, and returning to brick and mortar schools is irresponsible. Last night, I watched a live discussion on reopening schools with Dr. Anthony Fauci and the president of the American Federation of Teachers. In this discussion, he noted 20 to 40% of infections are asymptomatic and are more prevalent among young, healthy people. He also stated studies show children aged 10 through 19 can spread infection to adults as easily as adults can spread infection to adults. He noted that what is not apparent at this time is how children in the age group of 0 to 10 spread the infection. He remarked, "This may sound a little scary and harsh, but you will be part of the experiment and the learning curve of what we need to know. The information we are learning about COVID-19 is rapidly changing and evolving. We do not know the long-term health effects of this virus because it has only been 5 months. I urge board members and the superintendent to reconsider reopening schools for in-person learning based on this information. Our students, families, and staff members are not a science experiment. Secondly, I urge the board to pass a mandatory mask policy for students and staff members. I would also like to acknowledge my gratitude to the district for offering a virtual option to families. I support a reopening plan that accommodates for the needs of all students and families. While I know virtual learning cannot replace face-to-face instruction, I am confident in my son's ability to persevere. I also know my son will inevitably miss his friends and have fewer opportunities to socialize, but we have already been practicing strict social distancing. I know school will not look like it did before, and I'm confident in my son's ability to be resilient. My son is not a science experiment. Third, I would like to state as an educator, I want nothing more than to see my students. I miss my kids. I want to hug my kids. I can understand educators wanting to get back into the classroom and know that no amount of virtual instruction can replace what we as educators can do when we are face-to-face with our students. I support a reopening plan that accommodates the needs of all educators in our district. But I also urge you to pass a reopening plan that accommodates for the very real fear of educators in this time. As an 11th year educator, there have been several times in my career in which something has happened I never expected or imagined. The 2020 school year and future school year have brought with it the question I never anticipated myself asking when I became an educator, and that is, have I updated my will? Members of the board and superintendent, while I teach in a different district, there's no doubt in my mind that some of your staff members may be asking the same question in preparation for the upcoming school year. I urge you to see this as a red flag. Educators are not a science experiment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Neitzel. 1 second though. I think we're trying to get rid of the feedback there. We're trying to get rid of the feedback. Nope.
My name is is Kate Netzel, and my address is 320 Royal Stone Court. Is this better?
Yes.
That's fair.
Kate Netzel, 320 Royal Stone Court. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to say I am the school board and administrators have put in to develop a plan for the students to return to school. I am in full support of students returning to the classroom 5 days a week, and I am glad to hear agencies such as the CDC support this as well. In addition, in a June 30th interview, Dr. Fauci agreed that children need to return to school. He also further agreed that the evidence is clear that children don't transmit this virus to other children and adults. I have provided links to this interview in my email to you, the school board, today. I can also appreciate that not everyone is ready to return to school, so I feel the district's plan to offer a virtual option is a good alternative at this time. I'd like to address the mask policy. As the school board weighs this decision, I'd ask you all to consider the following. First of all, there are students with valid health issues which masks may exacerbate, such as asthma. Masking these students may create unsafe conditions, especially 5+ hours a day. Not to mention activities such as recess and PE. Would the district open itself up to liability by mandating masks in these situations? In addition, there are many students with special needs who may find mandatory masking to be traumatic. Being a speech pathologist who works directly with special needs students, I am concerned that many may be unable to tolerate masks. How will the district address the needs of these students? I'm also concerned about mandatory masking on a personal level. I would never ask someone to remove their mask. Yet those of us who are uncomfortable with mandatory masking find ourselves bullied into putting one on, regardless of our concerns. We can all find research to back up our own positions. But I think it's really important to note something most people are unaware of. The studies that the CDC references on its own website are inconclusive on the effectiveness of masking. They're inconclusive. If anyone takes the time to research those studies, they will see that. That alone should cause us to pause when considering a mandatory mask policy for our children. If the district were to move to mandatory masking, I would ask to know what the metrics will be to determine when it is safe enough to remove them. As we all know, various contagious diseases will always be moving through the school population. How will it be determined that masks can be removed, or will we be mandating masks forever? Will it be until there's a vaccination, and then will we be having a conversation on whether that will be mandatory? I would also urge the school board to look at states that have moved to mandatory masking and the subsequent increase in cases in their states. In closing, I think it is important to remember that life comes with risks. No one can guarantee that we will not come into contact with this virus. School districts cannot guarantee this. Grocery stores cannot guarantee this. No one can. We must be willing to take risks if we are able to participate in society. We now know who is at most risk for complications from this virus, and we can plan accordingly to make sure those most vulnerable can be protected. I would urge the board to keep some perspective on the overall risks of the virus when weighing this issue. In particular, please keep in mind that while cases are rising, per the Ozaukee, Washington Health Department, I spoke with Kirsten Johnson last week, hospitalizations are not. They are indeed at 3. In light of all of this, I strongly support an individual's freedom of choice on this issue of masking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brock Zeltner.
Brock Zeltner, 10249 Flagstone Drive, Cedarburg. Thank you all tonight. It's a very interesting discussion. I give respect to everybody's opinion here and appreciate hearing the different situations that each of us have and the unique situations that we're all in. I'm going to speak on 3 things, and I'm going to speak with data and science as my back. First, in 2009, H1N1 swept through the globe. The revised studies from 2012 via the CDC website showed that 60 million people got the virus. about 280,000 people died from the virus. It's a pretty substantial numbers. No schools were closed, no businesses were closed, nobody wore masks, and nobody talked about social distancing. On to masks, I just want to state that per the CDC, in a study that they released in May on their website, the evidence from 14 randomized controlled trials of measures related to face masks did not support a substantial effect on transmission of laboratory-confirmed influenza. Also, per the CDC, studies from 1946 showed no major differences in the risk for laboratory-confirmed influenza virus infection in the control or mask group. In short, the studies are inconclusive on whether masks actually do any good whatsoever in stopping the transmission of any virus. I also wanted to hit, since we're looking at schools, are we looking at what Europe is encountering right now? Are we looking at the openings that they had? Because I want to address some statements from Iceland, the UK, Australia, Switzerland, Canada, the Netherlands, France, and Taiwan, who have basically stated the chance of being infected is nearly zero for school-age children. It does happen. The transmissibility from children to adults is next to zero, okay? Per the British Columbia Ministry of Health, there is no documented evidence of a child to adult transmission in Canada. I also want to state that a study between Sweden and Finland that came out June 14th, 2020. Sweden did not close as a country. They made no adjustments for the virus. Schools stayed open. Finland, which is obviously a neighboring country, shares a border, they actually did close down schools. They closed schools from March 18th to May 13th, 8 weeks. In Sweden, they have 4,829 individual schools with 1,086,000 students. In the group of 7 to 15-year-olds is what the study was based on, and they actually show that in Sweden there were 1,124 cases of school-age children. They actually included ages 1 to 19. They can consider preschool as well. 1,124 cases, 14 admitted to ICU, 0 deaths. In Finland, who did shut down, as I stated, March 18th to May 13th, when they came back, the 1 to 19-year-olds in Finland, 584 cases, 1 admitted to the ICU, 0 deaths. Finland did contact tracing, and they showed that there was 0 evidence of children affecting others, and Sweden showed no increase in risk for teachers other than the same risk that Sweden in general had. In short, and I'm going to read some other quotes too that I took from some of the other websites. In the UK, there's been no reported case of a child passing coronavirus to an adult. It doesn't exist. This is from the Royal College of Pediatricians. Iceland, we have not found a single instance of a child infecting parents. The Netherlands, I already referenced, so their primary schools partially reopened 11 May, fully opened 8 June. Of 25 municipal health services reported across the entire country, there were no cases reported. The point I want to make is that we can see the evidence in the data for masks, and we can see the evidence in the data for opening schools. If you look at what Europe has done, there's 0 chance of the kids actually infecting the teachers. It's all based on data and science. I really appreciate your time. Good luck with the decision.
Thank you. All right, Greg Claypool. I think I might have seen him walk out. Is that right? Okay. All right. Deb Ingracia.
Thank you, board members and Superintendent Bagnacki, for allowing me to speak briefly to you about opening the schools. I understand the emotions are high on both sides of the issue, and I empathize with you needing to make a decision. It was personally a huge relief to me when a group formed a week ago or so to discuss the importance of in-person school. I've been happy to converse with a group that feels like I do, a group that includes educators, people who work with small children and have all different medical experiences and what have you. We all have different levels of comfort with risk, and life is filled with it. I have 2 teenagers. One's a licensed driver and one is learning to drive. As a mom, this is so scary. My children are taking risks when they walk out the door every single day. If I could keep them home and simultaneously encourage them to live fulfilling lives, I would, but I can't. They need to explore and experience the world to become the adults I believe that they can be. This requires an acceptance of risk because life is filled with it. Cedarburg students need to experience being in school this year the same as they have in past years. I've read more data than I can possibly cite today that supports schools being open 5 days a week for in-person learning. The director of the CDC, Dr. Robert Redfield, was published yesterday, July 28th, as stating, "It's not risk of school openings versus public health, it's public health versus public health." He explained that that means the greater risk to the nation is actually keeping schools closed. The American Academy of Pediatrics is strongly advocating that all policy considerations for the coming school year should start with a goal of having students physically present in schools. Please choose to open the schools for in-person learning, then develop a safety strategy with that goal in mind. Strategy can be developed to keep students, teachers, and staff safe. Hands-free sanitizer stations by every classroom door for use upon entry. Limit unnecessary visitors. Have desks spaced at least 3 feet apart. I'm not a fan of masks in the classroom, but you could ask that masks be worn while students are milling and walking through the hallways when they have to pass each other at close spaces. Perhaps teachers would be safer with plexiglass installed to protect them. They are essential workers like nurses and all customer-facing jobs. Understanding that data can be manipulated is really important. We've all witnessed the data being whipped around in a media frenzy, furthering panic. Add to that, all clinical studies are not equal. The ideal study protocol is double-blind, placebo-controlled, which is next to impossible during an epidemic. The COVID data in Ozaukee County does not support denying our children in-school learning. Based on everything I've stated, I implore the board to please decide in favor of opening the schools for in-person learning as the goal. As CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield states, the threat of suicide, drugs, and flu to youth are far greater than COVID. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you so much for serving our community. God bless and be happy.
Hey, Deb, could you just state your name, your address?
Of course, Deb Ingracia, 1510 Cedar Creek Parkway, Town of Cedarburg.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Danielle Savick.
Hello, Danielle Savick, W60N923 Sheboygan Road. So I just wanted to touch upon some things that were said tonight. I actually work with COVID experts here in Milwaukee. Their job is to research COVID and understand it at a basic cellular level and how it spreads. And I'll tell you that what they implemented at our workplace for anybody entering our building is to mandate masks, socially distance yourselves, and temperature checks. These are coming from experts here. I'd be happy to get them in contact with anyone who wants to talk to them. I encourage you to mandate mask wearing for everyone. If parents don't feel comfortable making their children wear a mask, then they should have the opportunity to keep them home and do virtual learning. Someone brought up tonight that if their kid is sick, then they should stay home. Unfortunately, you don't always know when you're sick with COVID. And we also know that that doesn't always happen. If your child is sick, a lot of times they end up going to school, which is prevalent in the flu spreading every year. Also, I hear a lot about inconclusive test results and all of that. Inconclusive does not mean they don't work. It means that it is not ending the dispute. So they could work or they couldn't work. But if there's any question at all, we should err on the side of caution, as I think your attorney would probably agree. There are students that won't be able to wear a mask due to health concerns, so it is everyone's job to protect them by by wearing a mask. All right, that's my issue on masks. I'm going to turn to special needs kids because I am the mom of a special needs kiddo. And to quote Mahatma Gandhi, one of the 20th century's greatest politicians and spiritual leaders, the true measure of any society is how it treats its most vulnerable members. I don't want you to forget the children with special needs, and it is such a different ballgame for them. So I really encourage you to not just have them be one little slide and byline in this plan. They need to be taught. My child also has type 1 diabetes. In addition to her special needs, she cannot be in a school where I know other children are going out and, families aren't having any regard for mask wearing. So we have extra special concerns in our family, and I really encourage you to make it a priority to make sure that we don't just change their IEP to fit your, this issue. We really look at it and say, what do these kids need to be successful and learn what they should be learning. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, I'm sorry. So you worked with some COVID folks. When they did the mandatory masking, did they reference any kind of study or report I could look at or anything like that?
Yeah, they have all the latest studies. I can pull them that you need. I can get you in contact with our medical director. I can tell you it's Versity Blood Research Institute is where I work, and we are on the leading edge. We're doing the convalescent plasma donations. This is a real disease. This is a real virus. It's not fake. It's not
Sure.
just.
But did they reference any specific study or report though when they mandated that you wear masks at work? Shoot. Sorry about that.
They don't reference just one. They pull all the data that is given, that they have access
Sure.
to.
And then
So I'm not a researcher. I can't speak for them, but this is, yes.
You're in Milwaukee?
I am.
Yeah,
No, I live in Cedarburg.
But the business is there, and there's a mask mandate in Milwaukee, right?
We've been doing this mask mandate for months now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but we also we're in 5 different states. We're doing it all over.
Okay.
5 states, we're doing it. We have all our donor centers, blood drives that are taking place, so everybody's wearing masks because it's the smart thing to do. Okay?
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ken Bell.
Evening. My name's Ken Bell, resident North 80 West 5740 Woodland Avenue, Cedarburg. My daughter will be a freshman attending Cedarburg High School this year. It hurts for me to say this, but I'm looking for an option for her to learn remotely. We pay taxes in the Cedarburg School District. We pay for the teachers of this community, and that's what we're looking for. As stated in our email to the superintendent, we do not feel that we should be forced to send our child during a global pandemic, which is not yet under control. You can see that from the numbers that are posted here this evening. Since the time of that email, we've received information regarding individuals, companies, organizations, company that I work for, where we're having escalated cases. We were scheduled to go back to work here in August timeframe, and that's been pushed out to November. So our company is taking a very passive approach to that as well. We cannot control what people do, where they go. That's obvious from what we're seeing in our community alone. It's sad to say that, but people just seem to be blowing through the stop signs that are preached every night. We look forward to hearing for the plans for 20 to 2021, which I haven't really, unless I go on and read them, I don't really know what those plans are. I know my company that I work for, they get that in front of us. They want us to be comfortable. I don't feel that right now as a community that I don't want to present my daughter to that. You know, my goal was to keep her safe, and I need an option to do that. So I'm looking for your approval to do so. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Evan Burks. Evan Burks. Scott Gast. Scott Gast. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board?
Can you hear me?
Ken.
Hi, my name is Susan Mongovan.
Could you give your address?
North 82, West 7253 Pine Street.
Thank you.
I have 4 grown children that went through the Cedarburg School District. I now have 4 grandchildren that are in the Cedarburg School District. I thought my school board meeting days were over, Kevin. And I had no intention of coming, but something has just been bothering me so much through this entire process. And I want to thank you all for everything you've done. This can't be easy, but I feel like the parental rights have been completely removed and not considered. I would never tell you what is best for any of your children, and I don't want anyone to tell me what's best for mine. My husband and I know what's best for our children, and I'm sure that everybody here knows what's best for their children. And I think that we have to let the parents decide what's best for their children's education. And I think as a school board, it's your job to have the schools open 5 days a week, and for the parents that feel it's best for their children to attend school, they have that option. For the parents who aren't comfortable sending their children, they can keep them at home and do the virtual learning. And I think it's your job to service both. And I feel that, you know, in order to do that, maybe we have to have a date in August where we reach out to the parents and say, okay, what is your choice, so that you can move forward with, we're going to have, 600 children or 60, whatever the case may be. I just feel that you can't make the decisions for the parents. That's their choice for their children. And in the school board meeting informational thing tonight, it said anybody that comes will hold the district harmless of getting COVID or anything like that. Okay, we can sign that waiver if you choose to send your children to school. As far as the masks go, I think we have to let mom and dad decide that. I do think that we are an essential business, and there's lots of essential businesses that are operating. And I don't want you to forget the parents. I think that they are the people that that really should have the most input here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Start here. Oh, plenty of time, sorry.
Hi, I'm Maria Mendoza-Lemus. I am a family practice doctor with Ascension, Columbia St. Mary's here in town, and I was also a high school teacher for 5 years. I taught chemistry and anatomy and physiology.
Could I have your address as well?
Oh, sorry, West 52, North 605, Cedar Reserve Circle. And I just wanted to say that we have made laws, like national laws, state laws for sure, that have infringed on people's rights and that have forced people to do something that they didn't want to do and made people very uncomfortable and made, you know, cause them to be, you know, it was just a lot of trouble for them. I'm sorry, I didn't plan on speaking. And so, and that was banning cigarette smoking in public places, and that was just in 2010. And when that happened, people's rights were taken away, you know, all day long. You can't smoke at work anymore. You can't smoke in restaurants anymore. And so these people, they were coming for, they had to go on medications, they were, you know, having withdrawal symptoms. So we sometimes do make laws that are for the good of the other people. We didn't ban cigarette smoking for the good of the smoker, because they still smoked, probably. But we did it for the good of everyone else because of the risk of cancer and the other health risks with cigarette smoking. I just want to comment also on the lack of, or the few hospitalizations and deaths. My hospital that I admit to is Columbia St. Mary's, and initially we were sending the sickest people to St. Mary's Milwaukee. And so we did not have a big number of hospitalizations in Ozaki. And we should check and make sure. We stopped, my group, Dr. Duffy, Dr. Maloney and I, we stopped doing admissions at the hospital because we would be bringing, you know, potentially be bringing infections back to our clinic. So we should check and make sure, you know, maybe they're still doing that. I don't know, I haven't asked them. Also, my students, I have a couple of students here, the nurse practitioners in the ICU at St. Mary's Milwaukee, and they said, one of them told me, if your parents get sick, send them to Milwaukee because this is the place we totally know. We think we're getting it. We're saving people's lives. They're not dying as much anymore. And so maybe that's why there were less deaths. I mean, maybe we're handling it better. I think when we talk about the fact that kids in Europe and Canada maybe weren't spreading it to adults as much, we should look at the prevalence of COVID in that area at the time. You know, when the schools in Germany and those countries opened up, their prevalence was very low. There was no disease for these little kids to pass on to adults. There wasn't very much disease at all. Little kids don't have many of those ACE receptors in their nasal passages. So they can't take in the disease and get as sick. That's why they don't get as sick. They don't have the ACE receptors. As we get older, the number of ACE receptors increases. That's why the 10 to 19-year-olds get sicker, and that's why the adults get even sicker. And I have the articles here if you'd like that. And so I think that's why when we see some numbers of cases increasing right now, but no hospitalization, or minimal hospitalizations and no deaths, I think is because we're seeing so many in that 20 to 29-year-old age range, and they just don't get as sick as the older people do who are probably staying at home anyway. So they don't get as sick, and the little kids, you know, the teenagers, they really don't get as sick, and so I think that's why the numbers are the way they are. And I have articles for you if you would like for the efficacy of masks. And then there's another article that says that hand sanitizing alone without the use of masks is pretty much ineffective.
Thank you. I have a question.
Thank you, Doug.
So, you have privileges at Ozaki St. Mary's?
St. Mary's Ozaki,
St. Mary's.
not Milwaukee.
Yeah, yeah. And so, you had said that your practice initially was to send COVID patients?
So the
walk here.
nurses at St. Mary's Ozaki said they were sending many of their COVID patients downtown to St. Mary's Milwaukee because they had, you know, better resources there, and they wanted to kind of keep it all together. We didn't want to have a big COVID wing at Ozaki. They just kind of wanted to keep it all together.
So
That was back when we were still admitted.
for someone to be hospitalized, is it one night at the hospital, or how would that show up or not show up on the county's statistics?
I don't know, I think the number of hospitalizations, I would think that they would say if one patient was there, that's one hospitalization, regardless if they were there for 14 days or 2 days. I think that's just count as one person.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone
There's a
else?
couple in the back. There's a few in the back, I think.
You come on up.
My name is Connie Kincaid. My address is N75W7255 Linden Street. I am a Parkview parent, a very proud Parkview parent. I am also a district employee of the Grafton School District. I work as a kindergarten aide. I am the person that is around, not even around, but the recipient of sneezes and coughs and vomit on my face, on my clothes. I love my job. I love the kids. I wouldn't trade it. For the parents here who have said that if your child is special needs, that I need to take the consideration, keep them home, I want you to know that our family is making that choice. My son cannot have a mask on his face. He is staying home. I, however, am going into my school. I have pre-existing conditions, but I'm going in. I don't know what it will look like, but I'm going in. That does not take away from the fact that I believe our educators should have the ability to give their best through a virtual teaching experience. And I implore you to listen to what your teachers are asking and needing for their safety. I cannot be effective behind a plexiglass screen. I cannot. I will wear a face mask. I will wear a face shield. I will do all I can. But I'm very tired of the arguments that are coming up and up again. I am a staff member. I am thinking of my family and other families' children as well. Please listen to Mrs. Schwab. Please listen to what she was not able to share because her 3 minutes got cut off. I thank you for your time.
I have a question. Just from your perspective, you said that it was going to be, you wouldn't be effective behind a plexiglass shield.
I'm sorry, sir, but I can't hear you very well.
I'm sorry. There you go. That must be much better. Yeah, I just wanted some details about the inability to teach behind a plexiglass shield, if I understood you right, because we're trying to come up with stuff in the classroom to make this work, and I think one of the thoughts was that a lot of people thought that might be better than, having a masked face. So I guess I'd like your input on that, if you think that's...
My input, sir, is that close contact, you need to look at what Mrs. Schwab has. You need to look at what the people that are measuring that and what constitutes close contact. Please listen to her. As myself, someone who is new to a school district, new to a public school environment, working behind a plexiglass in order to sanitize toys, it's going to be a challenge, if at all possible, and still be able to go and help with reading instruction,
got it.
writing
Okay.
instruction. It won't happen.
Sure.
My
Okay.
job will become cleaning. That is what it is. I accept it. I look forward to the day when there is an ability for me to help again with reading and writing and group work, but it's not right now.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else up in the bleachers? Way up in the bleachers. What's that? Oh, you're up here. Okay, sorry. Can you sit down? She already made her way up. I didn't see you. I was wondering where you went.
My name is Karen Hershenson. My address is 7026 Cedar Creek Road. Thank you all for your service. The young minds we help educate today hold our best hopes for a better future tomorrow in Cedarburg, Wisconsin, and across the globe. Today we find ourselves living in unprecedented times. Now is the time for the Cedarburg School District to take unprecedented measures by reviewing the district's current curriculum and making any necessary changes to ensure the inclusion of the history of BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our country. Their stories and contributions to our collective history have been largely ignored in our country for far too long, especially in privileged suburban communities like Cedarburg. Now is the time for Cedarburg School District to take action and responsibility to dismantle racism in our schools and in our community. Witnessing the recent murder of George Floyd at the hands of police and hearing him beg for his deceased mama to help him pulled at the heartstrings of every mama in this country, regardless of race. And we know this video bleeds. People across this country are standing up and demanding systemic change now, so none of our sons or daughters have to live in fear because of the color of their skin. Cedarburg School District needs to be a leader in implementing social and systemic change because it begins with education. There is no doubt that systemic racism exists in our country and continues to divide our nation. Public schools in this country, for example, are funded partly by property taxes. As residents of Cedarburg, we are lucky to live in a predominantly privileged community, and we are lucky to send our children to some of the top-ranking schools in the state. However, every school in the state should be top-ranking, regardless of what community it serves. Education is one of the greatest gifts a child can receive, yet there is great disparity in our education system today. In our predominantly white and privileged school district, I am asking you how we can seize this moment to amplify the stories of BIPOC and better educate our children on race and social justice. Our children will be the change agents of the world. Even though the community of Cedarburg is not racially diverse, our country has a racially diverse past, present, and future. Embracing our diversity is what will truly unite us as a nation. Our children need to be prepared for their part in the world beyond Cedarburg. The more they know, the more their hearts and minds will grow. Our children deserve to know the complete history of BIPOC in this country, to be well-educated and well-rounded human beings. Hopefully then the torch will be passed to them to continue to work and find ways to bridge the racial divide that still exists in our country. This was actually the first year of my life, and I am 52 years old, that I learned about the Black Wall Street Massacre and the true meaning behind the celebration of Juneteenth Day. These are things I did not learn about in school, but are truly pivotal moments in our nation's history. People across this country are waking up and taking it upon themselves to learn about our nation's rich history, and not just from the perspective of white men. Cedarburg School District's curriculum needs to reflect our society's current need for knowledge and truth moving forward. We must reject the status quo of learning Black history 1 month a year to educating our children every day about BIPOC in history and in current events. Our public schools can do better to teach our children. The Cedarburg School District can do better. Our children need to be prepared for the 21st century and all of the challenges we currently face as a nation and a planet, together as one human race. Our children need to be supplied with all of the tools available to them to navigate, explore, and problem solve to right the wrongs of history. They will be the ones to move forward in the world to create positive and lasting change. The challenges we face today can only be met and overcome through education. Our children deserve an education, and school community that embraces all races. Our children will only be prepared to help create a better world when they have a better understanding of where we come from. Only then can our children recite the Pledge of Allegiance with true liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes, the bleachers.
Hello, sorry. My name is Gemma Tolomeo, and I live on N46W7815 Parkland Road. I am going to be a senior at Cedarburg next year, and I'm very excited. But one of the things I'm for is mandatory masks. I believe that the mask is something very important to helping solve the COVID cases. I'm nervous to go to school without a mask. Peer pressure is a huge thing in our school, and if one kid's not wearing it, I don't think all the rest are gonna wear it. I do want to go back to school. I want a 5-day school week. I love school, and I love learning from my teachers. They have taught me so much in my years of school, and I love the Cedarburg School District for that. I have learned more than I would ever learn in any other school district I have been in, and I've been in 5 different school districts internationally as well. I appreciate all the consideration that all of you have put into making this decision, and I know it's a super hard one. But please remember, this is the children and the teachers who are going to be affected by this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Wylewski, N98W6540 Aspen Street. I am a staff member at Cedarburg High School. I'm a proud parent of a child at Parkview, a child at Webster, and this coming year, a child at Cedarburg High School. On February 12th, 2020, I left CHS with a terrible headache. By the time I got home, I had developed a fever of 103. Over the next several days, after numerous doctor's appointments, I was diagnosed with pneumonia and put on antibiotics. 4 days later, I was much worse. My pneumonia had become bilateral, meaning both sides of my lungs were now affected. I was hospitalized in Grafton at Aurora, and I continued to get worse day by day. I was transferred to Frederick, and I found out that I had become septic. I was met with a social worker where I was asked to determine my end-of-life plans, my resuscitation orders, my will, and what would happen with my children. Over the next week, I managed to come back from liver failure. Leaving the hospital, I was thrilled. However, I was nowhere near healed, as you can probably hear from my voice now. As I found out over the past 4 months, my lungs will never be the same again. I do not want to see this happen to anyone. This past Monday, I was hospitalized again. Why? Because I caught a cold. My lungs can't handle it anymore. Are masks traumatic? No. Ventilators are traumatic. IVs are traumatic. Watching friends die is traumatic. Every time I start to cough, my children look at me wondering, "Mom, are you going back in the hospital again?" I'm urging you to mandate masks. It's a simple solution. What is best for each of our children, what's best for each of our children is for them to live. We're a community here in Cedarburg. I love being a community member. I love working in this community. If there's something simple that can be done to save a life, why not do it? We keep looking at statistics saying, well, how many people have died from this? Yeah, I didn't die from it, but I'm never going to be the same again. So please, I urge you,
I understand what you're dealing with right now. I've been in education for 20 years. My parents are both educators. I cannot imagine what your emails look like right now. So I thank you for all this time that you're doing, but I urge you, please make this mandatory. Let the teachers, the staff members, and the children feel even just a little bit safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Hello, my name is Kayla Hawes, W67 North 716 Franklin Avenue. I just wanted to say my appreciation to the Cedarburg School Board and District for opening our schools. I know my son is looking forward to coming back to school. I also want to thank you with appreciation for having an in-person graduation for my daughter this Friday. We're very excited for that. And also to touch on being a multiracial family in this community for 18 years, just what a wonderful, embracing community that is multi-diverse with the summer sounds that they offer, the music program here and all the concerts. There's so much diversity that it is just a warm, loving place, and that is why we have lived here for 18 years, and we have lots of family. But you guys, you know, putting the time in, it's basically, I understand, it's basically a volunteer position, and you have lots of weight, and just knowing that the parents that have the standards for their kids that make extraordinary students and athletes and represent this community statewide with all their recognition athletically and academically is what makes Cedarburg schools #1, and that's why we're extraordinary, and our family continues to stay here and make sacrifices to be a part of this community. So I just wanted to applaud you guys and know what appreciation we have. The grounds are beautiful. Thank you for opening July 1st to our kids and hosting sports. We're professional coaches, and the heartbeat of the community is alive and well, and the kids are healthy, the parents are happy, and playing is good for kids. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Anyone else at all? Otherwise, we'll close the public comment portion of the meeting. I just want to say that we have received lots of emails from the public and a lot of people that could not be here. And those emails were sent to us indirectly as individuals. They were sent to us as a board. They were sent to Brenda Rowland. They were sent to Todd Bugnacki and forwarded to us. A lot of us had responded to those emails. However, when the email is sent to us directly, as if someone were to send me an email themselves, I can respond to that. But when an email is sent to the entire board, if someone out there did not get a response, it's actually a violation of the state open meeting law for us to respond to an email that is sent to all of us, if that makes sense. So we apologize if we weren't able to send back responses to some of your emails. So I'll just ask one more time, is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right. Well, then we will close the public comment portion. And we've had a lot of information, and as we go back into the meeting, we were at in-person guidelines, and Sam, I believe you were asking a question. We can continue talking on this. Does anyone have any thoughts after hearing what we heard, or anything you want to add to this discussion on face masks and coverings?
If there aren't any more questions, I would like to make a motion.
Can you move forward?
Sorry.
You gotta talk about this.
Oh, if there are no more questions by anybody on the board for anybody, I would like to make a motion.
Is there any more comments, questions from anyone on the board? And Sam, can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry about that.
All right, yeah, I think you can go ahead, Sam.
Okay. Regarding this slide, the in-person guidelines and face masks and coverings, I would move that the district require that a face covering be worn by all individuals, including students, when entering and exiting any district facility, and when and where social distancing of 6 feet or greater cannot be maintained on district grounds.
I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second and discussion. So is your motion referencing this slide itself and all the conditions that are put on this slide, Sam?
Yeah, I would say that in any situation on district grounds where social distancing, which we can define as 6 feet or more, cannot be maintained, that masks should be a requirement by all individuals.
Okay, and I have another.
It will be required that masks are worn by all individuals.
I have another question for you on your motion. So, as far as, and it's not on this slide, I know that we have talked about it in our different meetings, but what about accommodations for children with special needs and children with health reasons and things of that sort?
Right.
Does your motion include a provision on that with guidance to be determined later, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say that those would be considered on a case-by-case basis with some sort of medical reasoning for no masks to be worn.
And then, so someone with special needs as well, that would fall under that umbrella. So someone who, for instance, had a respiratory issue, there could be accommodation for that, as well as someone who has a aversion to it based on their special needs. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions on?
Yeah, was there some clarity on indoor versus outdoor? What was that?
I would propose that on district grounds when social distance can't be maintained.
So you're saying even outside, if you're standing next to somebody, is what you're saying?
I would propose that. Even if we're outside and standing 8 inches away from somebody, I think that makes sense.
And does it also include this provision on the periodic review where it says we'll review this requirement monthly?
I would support that. I think that
Can we
makes sense
say
as well.
no more, no less than monthly? Could we even say
I'm sorry,
more
what was that?
frequent?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said there, Brandon.
Instead of putting a monthly requirement to review it?
To be
could we even say
reevaluated monthly?
No longer than 1 month? We review it in 2 weeks or?
I would have no problem reviewing it frequently, and letting more than a month go by, I think would be too long. So sure, that would be something I would be for.
So how would you propose that would be stated there, Sam?
Right. So now I've got to do some editing. So then, let's see. We have to keep on all district grounds.
Usage requirement will be reviewed monthly at a minimum. Is that?
Right, and then
I'd like to see it every 2 weeks, if anybody was agreeable to that.
every 2 weeks.
And what would that look like then? Would that be
the reevaluation? What would that look like?
Would that be us reevaluating, or staff reevaluating it, both?
I think a combination of those factors to be determined, whether it was an ad hoc or whether it was board or whether it was teacher advisory council, some combination of those factors. As long as we would agree to review it no longer than every 2 weeks.
As a board.
What did you say, Sam?
Reevaluated as a board with input from the people that you were mentioning, Brandon?
That's correct.
Is that okay with you, Sam?
Yeah. So can should I restate it? Should I try to restate that?
Well, I want to know for the record if Brenda has that. Are you clear on everything? Okay. Well, why don't you restate it, Sam, just so we're all clear.
Okay. I move that the district require that a face covering be worn by all individuals, including students, when entering and exiting any district facility, and when and where social distancing of 6 feet or greater cannot be maintained. This policy would be reevaluated no longer than every 2 weeks by the school board, with input from district employees, district administrative team. If there are students who are unable to wear a face covering due to medical reasons, the district would work with those students and families to determine reasonable solutions.
I believe Ms. Padberg would need to.
Yep, second.
If she seconds it.
And you're good with that, Kristen?
Yep. Yeah.
Any other discussion, Todd?
Chris, just for clarification, so every 2 weeks, then we will have a board meeting to revisit this topic. I just want to make sure I'm clear how that's working.
I think,
practically.
personally, I would, we obviously trust our administrators to be reviewing this continuously. Brandon, I don't know if this is your thinking, but making sure that we have a committee of some sort of, or administrators, or maybe a combination of all of the above that are looking at this every 2 weeks. We have board meetings monthly.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would come to us monthly then.
We did have a conversation, if it was going to go this way, what would be a reasonable amount of time to revisit this? And I don't want to put Ted or Nicole on the spot, but some of this quickly is the data is trending in a certain way. I don't know that I've ever seen the data take a dip that quickly in 2 weeks. It's always tends to go up. And so our thinking was that a month would allow us to just capture the data in a trend, which would allow us to then present, I think, just relevant, accurate information. That's what we were thinking.
Yeah.
But I don't know, Ted or Nicole, if you feel anything, are you in agreement? Yeah. But the pleasure of the board, I just want to state that we were looking at just being able to capture good trend data over a period of time.
Todd, I think my thinking was, after listening to the passion involved in some of this mask, debate and conversation, that in order to be a responsible, representative of those people, I just think it's our due diligence to at least look at what's going on, look at the data, address it, ask all of the same people we're using to make these decisions to just give us their input again, so that the community knows we're paying attention and we're looking towards whether this should remain or not. That's really all I was getting at. I don't want to create more work for me. We've got plenty to do already. But
So
that's
Brandon, is it more of like a discussion every 2 weeks with a decision monthly kind of thing?
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
But if the data is there, I think we just need to pay attention to it.
Sure.
And 1 month is a great, is a significant portion of our entire school year. That it's not an insignificant amount of time. And as fast as we've had a pivot in healthcare, on sometimes a daily or weekly basis, it's a lot of time to let 4 weeks go. So, we're 6 weeks from school still. We don't even know what will happen in the next 6 weeks. So I think it's fair to say that we should set a little tighter timeline on review.
And with the understanding it could be weekly if things are
Whatever's
rapidly
needed.
developing.
I think what he's saying though is no less than every 2 weeks. And it's not just the data, it's if there's any kind of development in science, in the efficacy of masks, and or things are going to come up as we go on in the year. There might be other things to discuss too, not just masks.
Well, yes.
We have to be nimble.
I agree, and I think, board, what we know is that we're putting this mandate in at this time, and so we can take a snapshot of where we are in time right now and use that somewhat as a baseline when we report back.
Yeah.
Right. And so if the data is there, we can hold a special meeting if a change is needed. Now, one thing that I wanted to ask you, Sam, does this include athletics? We have different guidance from the WIAA. Can we carve that out of the motion until we have more development in that regard? Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I think following Are you talking about having competitions here on district grounds that would?
Well, I'm trying to visualize, my daughter swims, and right now she can swim. So what would that look like in the pool? In football, what would that look like? In soccer, I just don't. I think we need to have a different conversation on athletics at this point.
Well, I suppose then it's a good thing that we're reevaluating or taking a look at things every couple weeks, because I know football, soccer are not slated to start until September 7th, I believe, right?
Correct.
And so, just as Todd was saying, and I think as a number of us have said, we're 6 weeks out from school opening, we're 6 weeks out from the beginning of those sports, a number of things could happen between now and then. If we're reevaluating our wording 3 times between now and then, it gives us a little bit of time, I think, before we need to maybe put an asterisk next to what athletics may look like. So I don't know that I would necessarily put anything one way or the other in for athletics at this time.
Is athletics included in your motion, I guess is my question.
I made no mention of athletics. I just made mention in my motion on district grounds. So I suppose that would include it for the time being. But again, with the understanding that we're reevaluating the wording potentially 3 or more times before non-social distancing athletics are due to begin with WIA.
Could we propose language to add to it, Sam, that just says athletic competitions could be subject to WIA guidance?
Yeah.
It just as a simple addition?
I would say that would be fine.
Okay. You got that, Brenda?
So could we add that in as another sentence? Would Kristen need to re-second that?
She would.
I second again.
All right. Anything else? I'm thinking out loud here, but I'm thinking of band, I'm thinking of marching band. Could we add extracurriculars in there as well? I just don't. If I'm thinking of the marching band, I'm thinking how close they march, I'm thinking of, the instruments they play, and obviously you can't wear a mask when you're playing some of these instruments, so what do we do at this point?
Yeah, right. Then we need to be as best as we can as ensuring social distancing. We don't need to play the tubas 18 inches apart from each other.
Right.
We can ensure, so it still does say, and my motion also included the wording where social distancing of 6 feet or greater cannot be maintained. And so there will be additional efforts needed to maintain that social distancing of 6 feet or greater. And I think as the presentation goes on, we'll see how we're doing that within our classrooms. We'll see how we're doing that within common spaces. And also, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that modifications be made all over district grounds to best ensure social distancing of that recommended distance.
Okay.
Chris, I believe that guidance gives us enough direction to put it into practice with a bit of a common sense approach.
So to be clear, at least on the athletics, we will, your motion applies, however, we will, what's the language as far as we will adhere or we will consider WIA guidance?
Yeah, something like consideration of WIAA regulations will be, well, I just said consider, so I guess I don't know how to finish my sentence. We'll consider WIAA recommendations regarding athletic competitions when reevaluating our stance on masks, something like that.
Okay. I'd just like to say one more thing. I would like to carve out the athletics, if we could, in extracurriculars until we have time to look at it more, because really the essence of this exercise was more of an instructional type of atmosphere we were looking at. So
Yeah,
I mean, what we're looking at is athletics starting here in a couple weeks practicing. And I just think I'd be comfortable in chewing on this for a little bit and meeting on the athletics and extracurriculars in a week, in 2 weeks. I think it's important enough to give more clear guidance on it to those programs. And, you know, I mean, parents are basically starting in what, 16 days, 15 days or so with athletics. And for us to say, okay, we're going to meet in 2 weeks, well, that's right before you start practicing. And I'd prefer to carve it out and talk about it in a week.
I agree with
myself.
that. I agree with that approach. I think right now we're focusing on the school year.
Yeah.
And the class, the in-school days, not so much some of the carved out areas such as practices and things like that. I would like to have more time to follow WIA guidance, look into that, and make a decision later on that. Follow WIA for now.
I'm okay with the motion the way it is, but I would just like the extracurriculars and athletics carved out. And that's not to say we can treat it the same way when we're done looking at everything, but I just think we need to look at that with a keener eye, the athletics and the extracurriculars. So would you consider carving that out of the motion for now, and we can meet again on that?
I am not a fast enough searcher. I'm trying to take a look at which are the, okay, so it is girls golf, girls tennis, swimming, and diving, cross country are the sports that are beginning August 17th.
Right.
Correct.
Those are considered low-risk sports.
Correct.
I think because they can better ensure social distancing within those, whether it's practicing or in competition. Those begin on August 17th, and so I mean, I don't know really that it's necessary to include anything about athletics right now, since we're looking at the lower risk sports only in August that can, again, in which they can ensure social distancing. September 7th is the less socially distant sports of football, boys soccer, boys volleyball, and girls volleyball. I don't know. I mean, 2 weeks ago we looked at this language and decided not to change it based on, in a number of cases, needing more up-to-date information. And if we're coming back to look at this in another 2 weeks, yeah, it's pushing up against the deadline of August 17th to be sure. But I don't see why we couldn't wait 2 weeks to perhaps remodify our language regarding athletics if that's necessary, and if the WIA hasn't changed their stance on fall sports at all by then.
So if the WIA says that they don't need to wear a mask or maintain social distancing, I'm just thinking, if it was completely against your motion, then what were your thoughts beyond that?
Yeah, I mean, and this is why we're reevaluating the language, right? Is because if entities like the WIA come out and change their stance, if entities like the CDC come out and change their stance regarding things, then it's responsive of us to be reflective of those recommendations.
I mean, I think the motion is focused around the class day, right? The time that students are in the buildings, past periods, classrooms, right? So we want to make sure it's just focused on that, with guidelines being considered consistently with extracurriculars and sports. So do we want to put all that language together, or do we just want to make this language specific to school
I
days?
prefer to just keep this to the school day.
Yeah, school day.
Yes.
Let's just,
Yep.
if that would be my preference.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we need to even have anything about the athletics in there, or can we carve that out, like to your point, separately?
I just think that my point would be is that we state that it doesn't include athletics and extracurriculars, and we meet again on that.
Sure.
With a full set of data in front of us, specific to the sports, specific to
Extracurriculars.
yeah, and I know there's no parents in here that have said anything, and I haven't gotten any emails talking about athletics and masks. And
Sam,
I just
yeah.
want to give everyone a chance to give their opinion on that as it relates to extracurriculars and sports. So
Okay.
what do you say, Sam?
Yeah, so Brenda, did we end up putting a line in the end of that motion regarding athletics or WIAA?
We can't hear you.
Okay, so then, Chris, are you suggesting then that you would prefer that line that we just added then to just be eliminated altogether until?
Yeah,
we
I
have a
think
better
it's
chance?
eliminated and just saying that the motion does not apply to athletics and extracurriculars.
So then if we eliminated that last line, would that be good enough? Because it doesn't, then it doesn't make any mention of athletics or,
Okay, well, that's
is that right? I'm wondering if that's what you were getting, or you want to mention athletics specifically as,
I just want to have a open meeting about athletics and extracurriculars as it relates to this mandate, I guess is my point.
okay.
So we haven't had that and it wasn't inferred, so I just wanted to make sure it was carved out at this point.
Yeah, okay, then that's fine.
Okay. So you got that, Brenda, now?
Can we hear it, just
Should
to
we
make sure?
restate it? Yeah.
Can you just restate it one more time, Sam?
Oh, it's all you, Sam.
Okay. Okay. So then it would read something like that. I move that the district require that a face covering be worn by all individuals, including students, when entering and exiting any district facility, and where social distancing of 6 feet or greater cannot be maintained. This policy would be reevaluated no longer than every 2 weeks as a board with input from the district administrative team, and that if there are students who are unable to wear a face covering, the district would work with those students and families to determine reasonable solutions. That would be the motion then.
Okay.
But did that address the athletics and extracurricular question?
I think our intent was just to leave it off and address it at a different date. Since we don't have our athletic director here, we don't
Yeah.
have a...
Oh, I know. I think that should be clear in the motion.
So what best way to do that? Say instructional day? Before, during, and after the instructional day, not to include athletics and extracurriculars?
Yeah.
I mean, that would do it,
Yeah.
right? Is that okay, Sam?
Yeah, so then.
Just at the end?
I know I said
Okay,
one
so
more
I'm just trying to
time.
figure out where the, during?
I'm sorry,
Okay, should I try again?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Was that accepted? That amendment accepted?
Oh, yeah. we could
Yeah,
make
he's
an
just
amendment.
he's just trying to wordsmith
Okay,
it
all right.
again.
Yeah, it's hard to hear him.
Yeah.
Okay, should I try again with the motion?
Yeah.
Or is it good enough to have the amendment to that motion?
The amendment as I stated there? That would be enough, yeah, as long as Brenda has it down. Okay. We're waiting for the thumbs up.
Board members, just a point of clarification. So we have students participating in activities during the day now, practicing and doing those types of things, and we are applying the social distancing criteria to them to keep them safe. I don't want to put. You're right, Mr. John Hannum. The AD is not here. I see Adam standing in the back, but we have groups of kids. For example, weightlifting's going on. And so we are ensuring that students in that space are 6 feet apart from each other, and they're alternating machine usage, and we're sanitizing the machines. So we have kids on site now, and we are implementing this social distancing kind of practice. Most of these activities, when they get together, they are using social distancing, so the mask does not necessarily come into play. Is that accurate, Adam? Basically what I'm saying, yeah? So just so you know, that is happening now.
No, I was impressed as I drove in. I saw soccer going on out on the upper fields, and while the players weren't wearing masks, the coaches were, and the players were seemingly. I mean, in the 15 seconds I drove by or whatever, they were obeying social distancing practices very well.
So it is being deployed now, and we did it just because we opened the facilities July 1, and we used the guidance from the WIA and the CDC to put the safest measures in place.
Okay. So I think when we do meet about the extracurriculars and athletics, hopefully next week, that we can get some guidance and talk about all the activities that are going on besides the instructional day and meet on that.
Chris, do you need another second to the amended motion?
You seconded it?
I second the
Okay.
amended motion.
And then Brenda,
you have it?
Brenda, you got it?
Sure.
I don't think we can hear you, so. But yes, please.
I have face masks are required to be worn by all individuals, including students, when entering and exiting district grounds and when social distancing of 6 feet or greater cannot be maintained during the instructional day, not to include athletics and extracurriculars. Requirement will be reviewed by the board with input from the district administration at least every 2 weeks. Requirements for special needs students and students with health conditions will be determined on a case-by-case basis.
All right.
Okay.
Good.
Yep.
Good.
Thank you, Brenda.
You got it? Everyone heard that?
Yep.
One thing I neglected to say at the beginning of the meeting, and I apologize, you'll see that Rick Leach is not here up at this table, and he has been, he wished he could be here. He has been hospitalized, and he told me that to tell you that it is not because of COVID, but he is in the hospital and doing reasonably well as far as we can tell.
Chris, can I just look over to my administrative team and Nicole, our district nurse, and Ted? Hearing that language, I just want to make certain we can actually operationalize that. Yeah? Thanks.
All right.
Just wanted to confirm.
All right, any more discussion? Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Against?
I'm opposed respectfully. I might get there, but I'm not there yet on the cost benefit. So I'm a no.
Thank you. Did you get that, Brenda? All right. So that brings us to slide 13, right?
Could I?
We're moving at warp speed here, so.
Right. If I could make a quick statement,
Yeah.
just the people who are staying in the audience, I really appreciate that. A lot of the comments that were made tonight are discussed in these slides, so I appreciate you staying. I know it's 9 o'clock, but if you have the chance to stay, it'll answer a lot of questions that I think people have. So hopefully people can stick around. We'll pick up pace.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, I agree, Kevin. So the meeting is being recorded, and it will be posted, as will this PowerPoint. So you'll have access to all the information that we're sharing tonight. For those of you who are leaving, thank you very much for being here tonight.
Thank
Greatly
you.
appreciate
Thank you
it.
for your time, everyone.
Thanks.
I wonder, Chris, if we can just take a 5-minute recess for some of us who maybe.
Yeah, let the record reflect that at 9:04 we started to take a 5-minute recess, and we will effort to get back here in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, it is. Me either. I'm really bad at that.
That's all right. That's all right.
Oh, no. I forgot.
right. Well, thank you for coming. I do really appreciate it. Yeah, why not, huh? Sure, mine.
I just wanted to thank you too. I was telling him, about making the in-person graduation and, all the scholarships that were given out to the seniors was amazing to go do that. And, it's the love of the students and the parents are we're so fortunate to, live here. And everybody is not privileged. We're very hard workers. And so I don't appreciate people when they generalize and stereotype like that because it's not us. And so I just want to know that's not the truth of Cedarburg. My aunt and uncle live across the street from us for 50 plus years. And we're still live streaming. Oh, right. No. Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank you. Well, don't hear the good things.
That was great.
Marty?
All right. We lost our audience.
All right, Brenda, are we good to go?
We're good to go.
All right, so let the record reflect that we are back in session and it is 9:13 p.m. We are on slide 13, in-person guidelines. Mr. Bugnacki, would you kick this off?
Thank you. We are going to continue with our presentation this evening, and the team member is going to continue to present the respective areas. And as you come up, if you could just reintroduce yourself so everybody who's online watching us can still identify who's speaking. I've heard that the online version is working the streaming's working very well, Kirsten, so thank you much, and John for setting that up. Board members, the way we design these slides is that there's a lot of content in these slides, and so this PowerPoint really would stand alone. So those who had left and those who are watching online, we will post all this information and they can read through it and see exactly what it is that we are discussing. I've asked the team members as we move through to keep it a bit higher level, just given the hour. The substance is there, the content's there, and at any point we need to make a decision, we will pause and talk about that. All yours, Ted.
So this next one, Ted Knoll, Director of Student Services. This next slide is talking about social distancing, and that will be critical that all students and staff are expected to practice that 6 feet of social distancing when and where possible. That's going to be a practice that's embedded within our daily work with students and supporting their efforts to make sure and learn those procedures. Staff cohorts will be established, of course, as appropriate, especially if we need to do some tracing, but we want students to stay in pods or in cohorts so we can make sure that it's mitigated in terms of spread. All efforts will be made to social distance. However, our classrooms will only have a certain amount of square footage. We're working to get furniture out and maximize as much of that square footage as possible, but 6 feet of social distance cannot be maintained at all times. We've talked about 3 to 6 foot, and we're still working on what that looks like. As I said, non-essential classroom furniture will be removed. Instruction and guidelines will be provided regularly to students to maintain traffic patterns in the building. I know the high school will still be under construction as we move into the fall, so that'll be a little bit more tricky, but we are establishing student flow in the buildings where we bought signage and arrows and floor stickers, so students will know exactly what's expected in terms of where they go and how they migrate around the buildings. Classroom spacing, again, we will reconfigure classrooms as best as we can, removing non-essential furniture. We may use the building a bit differently as principals are looking at rooms like cafeterias and study spaces to use them as instructional spaces to spread students out. We've purchased plexiglass portable barriers that each instructional staff member will receive one of those that they can use to provide more mitigated measures. And again, posters, signage, and visuals are something that we'll be putting around all buildings and making sure students and staff know the importance.
Thanks, Ted. The next slide, board members, again, this is all under the section of review. So you've seen this slide. This is in-person guidelines respective to transportation, and Ben is here.
Yep, Ben Irwin, Director of Business Services. Speaking with transportation, social distancing will be put in place where practical and where we can. We do know that our average number of students on our bus routes ranges between 40 and 50 students. In some cases, it's as low as 20, but as high as 60 in some other cases. So we know that there will be limitations of how we can enforce social distancing, but we will do our best. In terms of actions we'll be taking to help keep the areas clean and disinfected and free of mitigating the spread of any kind of disease, masks would be required for both drivers and students. Bus routes would be, buses will be cleaned after each route, and then a deeper cleaning will be conducted after the end of each day. In addition to that, we're working on assigned seats for students as well as a loading procedure with back to front loading as best we can. So taking as much action as we can, working within the resources we have within our current routes for transportation.
Thank you, Ben. Next, we have John Coster, Director of Buildings and Grounds, and board members. These slides that John will be presenting were presented at B&G, and you've seen many of these before. Again, just to review.
Yeah, we saw this at the board meeting closed session on Monday, as well as the Building and Grounds Committee meeting last night. So For those remaining in the audience, we're going to try and liven this meeting up a little bit and talk sanitation. So,
All right.
it is a critical principle, and it's viewed that way by our administration as well as our school board. This particular slide here is showing some of the PPE. It's a dynamic slide. We actually have it as a Google Doc. The purpose of it really is for us to make sure that we've got enough inventory to be able to handle all of the items and that we don't deplete and that the inventory doesn't get down to a critically low point and that we can stay after it. In addition to this, we have people with names next to it who their responsibilities are. Building cleaning, disinfecting, classrooms, offices, restrooms, health rooms. The comment was made about what goes on with sanitation. Are we going to improve the sanitation? Yeah, we are. We're going to significantly improve it with regards to an already high standard that we have. We're going to be hiring what we call cleaning teams. We don't want to call them COVID teams. They're cleaning teams. And we're going to bring them in, and they're going to be doing high-level sanitation. Desktops. We're going to be doing high-level sanitation of playgrounds, washrooms, all throughout the day while the kids are in occupancy. So we will not go into classrooms when the kids are in there and sanitize. We'll do that in their absence and sanitize their desks as they rotate through shifts. So, hand wash station.
John, those are additional employees, correct?
Those are additional employees that the board approved to hire to go after this virus aggressively and maintain sanitation to make sure that we keep these facilities clean and sanitized.
Can you speak to how many at the different buildings are approved, and you know, it's going to be a fluid situation, but can you just speak to you know,
what was approved by the board was a maximum, and we're looking at there'll be 6 at the high school, 3 at each other school, and those teams will come through at 6-hour increments, and they'll be flexed, and we'll work through those facilities as they. So it's a significant amount of labor, is what we're looking at. This isn't 1 or 2 people. One of the more difficult things is going to be finding those people to hire. So for those of you here and the rest of you on YouTube, if you need a job, we're going to be posting this on WeCan. So look on WeCan. We need a lot of people, and this is going to help us significantly in our sanitation throughout the process of the district. So hand wash stations, we're increasing those. We'll be putting those randomly throughout. Drinking fountains, we're taking the drinking portion of the fountain off or disconnecting it, and we're only utilizing the bottle filling portion of it. So kids will bring bottles to school. They can use that bottle so there's not that cross-contamination. Physical education equipment, playground equipment, as I said and stated, this COVID team or this clean team will be going out and utilizing all the efforts to keep those things sanitized throughout the day. In the evenings, we'll have our own team that sanitizes to the level and the standard that we've already exceeded any other school district. Next, please. So how do we do it? We use a variety of equipment. The most impressive one that goes unsaid is our UV light. We use UV light to sanitize classrooms randomly with mobile sanitizers. We have 10 of those. We cast those throughout the room in groups of 2 and locate those in classrooms and eradicate the rooms in 10-minute increments, sanitizing the rooms very effectively. The bacteria is unable to reproduce if infected by UV-treated light, and it's 100% effective on any surface. So in addition to that, we install UV lights in all of our HVAC units. So every unit that pushes air into a classroom over our children is eradicated 100% with single pass, single airflow, sanitizing the air. It's far greater than what most hospitals are doing. So this is something we need to stand on top of the mountain and talk about a little bit. This is on our website, and for those of you on YouTube or those of you here tonight, please look at this. This is something that most schools don't do. So we take sanitation, we take the cleanliness of our building and the indoor air quality extraordinarily seriously.
So just to be clear on that, either through new purchases, through renovations, or you retrofitted units so that through one pass it would be 100% effective.
What we actually did is the UV lights that we currently have, we've had these in our system for 10 years.
Right.
But they're about 70% of what we're putting in. We beefed them up to go to one pass kill rate, which is unique. that's enough lights to kill through one pass. Schools, and typically the ASHRAE standards are between 6 and 10 rotations of air per hour in a classroom. And that means that once every 10 minutes, those classrooms are getting, that air that goes into that classroom is being fully filtered by a new MERV 13 filter system as well as our UV lights, okay? High-end stuff. This is high-end, high-tech stuff that, quite frankly, I'm telling you, most schools don't do. Some of our equipment that we're using, we have these 360-degree electrostatic sprayers. These are large fogging machines that can take care of large areas. For example, to fog this area would take us probably a half hour to fog this gym. The Protexus electric sprayers are mobile units of the same nature. We can use those to go out to hit playgrounds. We can go in classrooms where we can't get at with the 360 sprayer because it's a little more cumbersome. Bathrooms, anywhere, contact points, lockers. We do this every night. We've had these guns for, I'll call them guns. It's probably not a good thing. Is the police still here? Probably not a good thing to talk about in schools, but they're Protexus guns is what they are. And we spray them and we eradicate all the touch points. So we can knock out lockers, we can knock out bathrooms in minutes as opposed to wiping stuff down. Next tab. Now, plexiglass barriers Ted spoke to. Hand wash stations, we increased those outdoor hand wash stations. We're putting 12 of those in entries of schools. So you can, before you even get in the building, you can wash your hands. It's a true hand wash station as opposed to just a sanitizer station. And then the hand sanitizer stations we've increased. We bought 70 plus, and the difficulty is getting the product. And we found a venue where we can get it, and we've got plenty of attic stock, and we've got plenty of those stations available. We will randomly locate those throughout the school for the kids to be able to use, as well as staff. And then crowd control devices, we're going to have all the crowd control devices available to us. Those purchases have been made, they're already coming in. In addition to that, we're going to have the crowd control zip ties like we see out over here, and that when we get into pinch points, we can put those in so we can get the path of travel located and people can they can direct their way through there quite easily. And I think...
John, so on the plexiglass barriers, how many of those do you have and where are they, and are they available to everyone? And
every teacher,
are they movable? And that
yeah, every teacher's desk will have a mobile one. In addition to that, we have 15 sheets of 4x8 that we're going to design and build our own that hang in front of secretaries, in front of entryways, wherever that need be. And then we have purchased another 20 independent ones that are already cut and ready to be hung. So the maintenance department will be doing that. Cleaning personnel, like we spoke of, the board made an aggressive measure in hiring, or looking to hire, an additional 19 people for this COVID cleaning. And we're going to go after this aggressively so that when the kids are in their classroom during the day, they can feel comfortable that we're doing taking care of all the measures that we need to keep the place sanitized and clean. Playgrounds, cafeterias, et cetera, all those areas, high contact washrooms, those are all areas. When I say classrooms unoccupied, we'll go in and eradicate that with a Protexus gun or the Clorox 360 machine and take care of that. So as far as the sanitation, we're in good hands. We're going to aggressively go after this, and the public should feel comfortable with what we're doing and how we're moving forward.
John, if somebody wanted to know what type of chemicals are in the liquids and fluids as you're using, where would they find that?
Yeah, so if you go on the PowerPoint or on the website, we'll have all of those where you can pull it up. You can look at each individual tool, either the 360 machine or the Protexus gun, and then you can look at the actual chemical that we're using, and you can look at the MS or the SDS sheet for all those products, and you can digest what's on there. We use, on a typical day, we use our 3M sanitizer and our quaternary disinfectant, which is a hospital-grade disinfectant.
Correct.
We have a lot of tools, and now we have the personnel to be able to handle all that, so thanks to you.
Thanks, John.
Okay.
John, I've seen how hard you've been working on this and all the measures you put in place. I honestly can't imagine you being more prepared than you are right now. So thank you very much for your extremely hard work and
Thanks,
making
appreciate
sure
it.
our facilities are safe.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Nicole, again, our school nurse. She's going to be in and out of this presentation through the end, and the two slides that she's going to talk about are the health practices and precautionary measures for staff, and the next slide is students. Again, board members, this is a review of information that had been presented to you previously.
So this slide is for staff. Staff will be expected to monitor their health every day, make sure they're not reporting to work when they're have any cold, flu, or COVID-19 type symptoms. They're expected to practice social distancing, wear an appropriate face covering, engage in frequent hand washing or hand sanitization, contact HR, their immediate supervisor, and myself if exposed or possibly exposed to someone with COVID-19, and to report any travel plans and follow CDC guidelines. Next. Students will be expected to monitor their health every day and with assistance of a parent, and to not come to school or stay at school when they're exhibiting illness symptoms. They're expected to engage in healthy practices as well, frequent hand washing, cough and sneeze etiquette, avoiding sharing food. Only report to the health room when needed, and reduce the time spent in the health room to only what is necessary in an effort to minimize their exposure. Wear a cloth face covering per the parameters that we just discussed, and then we ask parents and guardians to notify the school and myself if their child is diagnosed with COVID-19 or if their child was exposed to someone with COVID-19. Next slide.
Thank you, Nicole.
Oh, thank you.
Just getting warmed up you were. Next, we have Alan, who's going to talk about the instructional aspect of the plan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alan Groth. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction. So for those of you watching from home, I oversee teaching and learning for the school system, and I'm going to give some more detail regarding the overall teaching and learning plan for the district. And this will be a high-view summary. The slides have a lot of detail in them that you can refer back to, but I'll touch on the key points. Two forms of instruction that you can access, which is the primary and secondly, the virtual. Previously, we used the word temporary, but found that word to not be clear enough for families, so we felt virtual is a better representation of the instructional option that parents can have. So you would access this, and I'll explain a little bit further in the presentation how you access this form of instruction, but it is based on the needs of the family and could potentially be related to COVID. It will provide you with synchronous and asynchronous instruction, and the duration of time that you need that is dependent on the family's needs. And we will explain there is a quarterly decision that you need to make. Next slide.
Can you say that one more time? So just to be clear, the virtual school, virtual is attending school from home, and it can either be a short-term or long-term duration, and that's a quarterly decision. So as far as if someone would like to enroll or choose virtual, are you going to talk about the timeline for that?
I am actually. There's two slides that are dedicated specifically to that.
Okay, and to be clear, if someone is attending school and they become ill for some reason, they could flex into virtual. Perhaps situation might be that they're quarantined for 14 days, whatever the guidance from the health department is, and then they could flex back into school once they're cleared.
You are correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So for this, just for the benefit of those that may be new to some of the terminology, we thought we'd just do a refresh on these two words that I use in the presentation, both synchronous and asynchronous instruction. So synchronous instruction is live instruction. So you're hearing it right now here in our presence, and you might be hearing it live at home through live stream. So that's synchronous instruction. It changes to asynchronous if you pick up this presentation tomorrow. So you may get the link and watch this presentation tomorrow in the convenience of your home. So that's the difference between the two different forms of instruction. It's a lot based on timing. Next slide. So here are the two options that I want to talk just briefly about. So you've got the in-person attendance and at-home virtual attendance. Both structures somewhat similar in that they're running on a 5-day program. Students attend either in the district or they're attending at home. Content areas provided to students in the district and also provided at home. And there may be some nuances to the content you're picking up virtually that I'll explain a little bit further on in the presentation. And of course, if you're in the system, we're going to be incorporating all the health protocols that you previously heard about. Next slide. So setting the stage for virtual learning. So I think it's important that we just draw attention to the differences and some similarities between the emergency closure and virtual learning starting September 8th. So emergency closure was an emergency. The system closes down, teachers pivot all their content into a virtual environment, and parents have to step in and assist students at home. So first and foremost, we want to take this opportunity to really celebrate and thank our families, our teachers, our students, our staff for all doing their very best during that emergency closure. It was a big change rapidly, and we made multiple pivots during the 50 days that we were closed, adjusting things as needed, and so we all recognize that that was an emergency. Assignments were modified because of the scope of content that was being actually delivered. There was some reduction of the overall breadth of the courses that were being given to students. Due to the amount of time that we could guarantee students in front of computers and how much work could be literally completed at home, some things had to be scaled back. Grading was also modified in some cases. Elementary in particular scaled back the number of targets that they actually provided performance indicators on. So we agreed as a system what those would be, and then teachers graded on those, with some areas that we literally could not collect evidence on. So all of that during that emergency closure, it was different. It was a 50-day, quickly close the system, get everyone home and safe, and provide instruction. Starting September 8th, however, is going to opt for the virtual learning environment. Then there are some things that they need to know will be a little bit different. So same schedule as in person. So there will be likely, and I will discuss this, some things are still in their early stages of formation because we don't exactly know how many parents will opt for this option. So there will be a schedule. So if you're at home with your children, then adhering to that schedule as best as you can will be important. There'll be synchronous content and class and student-teacher meetings scheduled. It's very important. So parents helping students to make sure that they're adhering to the schedule and jumping in Google Meets or watching live instruction, or if there's asynchronous content, that they're picking that content up. So a virtual learning environment really does take fortitude and commitment both by student and family. So the content that's being delivered is going to be much closer to the level that's being provided in the school system. So we just are making sure parents see the 50-day emergency closure is similar and different than when we open our doors on September 8th.
Alan, are you going to touch on examinations and tests and things like that?
Only today broadly. You can see on grading aligned, for example, in the 2021 for the virtual assigned, grading is aligned to class requirements with the same in-person grading expectations. So clarity about what that is for families will be communicated once we begin to have more information in front of us, like how many families will access this.
Sure.
And how do we get best organized for that.
So we're gonna work on developing ways to make sure that the standards for, like, say, in a high school class, an exam is going to be the same for the in-person experience versus someone who's doing it virtually and might have access to other sources.
Exactly. Yep.
So
Okay.
to that point, right now, my children can sign up for resource and go to resource to get help with different studies. So as long as we're aligning class requirements with the same in-person grading expectations, is there going to be that support available to the students in the same manner or something like that for the virtual?
That would be our expectation. So if you're the assigned virtual learning teacher and you have students in your cohort of students that you're teaching, and some of them have some customized instructional needs,
right,
then it's on you as a teacher to ensure that they receive that kind of instruction, or you support them.
Ellen, I'm glad you called this out because I think a lot of parents, obviously their memory and their data is the emergency closure, right, that felt kind of panicked. Everyone kind of had to pivot, like to your point, very quickly. And so things weren't as consistent as everyone had maybe imagined. So I'm glad that you're calling that out, and that, you know, obviously we have more time to be more purposeful. Teachers are going to get more training. They're going to be supported. They're going to have actual numbers. So that's a good call
Thank
out.
you. And actually, that was feedback that, so we have included this presentation, and even before it went into the slide deck with multiple teacher groups, so they provided feedback, and this clarity they felt was important. I'm like, I'll create a slide that shows them side by side.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Thank you.
Alan, if I could add, the huge difference between the emergency closure was no parent had a choice there. We were shut down.
Yeah.
In this situation, parents do have an option to choose what's best for their family, as you said earlier. So there's a huge difference there too.
Right.
So thank
Yep.
you.
Okay. So high-level virtual instruction could be as little as 14 days for, let's just say, a quarantine. Could be multiple quarters, and it could be in some cases for a year. Features, synchronous, asynchronous instruction. I'm going to talk about the learning commitment expectations, similar content to what students are receiving in the classroom, assigned a district virtual learning teacher. I'll explain more further into the presentation, and then the process in which you would actually make a commitment to that. So, and I'll explain that further in the presentation.
So on that slide, you said duration as little as 14 days, and I think, you know, we're kind of talking about COVID when we're talking about this, but if we have the infrastructure in place, could you look at, you know, as little as, I don't know, I mean, as little as a few days? If we have a child that, you know, is sick for 4 days or 5 days or 6 days, you know, that's a long time to be out of school and to be at home. And they're still having a fever, but you can get it under control. It's not COVID. And as a parent, I really would like it if we could see if we could put those people into the virtual instruction. And I don't want to overtax the teachers. I don't know what that looks like, but if we could just look into that a little bit more and see if that's even possible. And you don't need to answer now, just look into it.
And actually, it's going to come up in the presentation. So we do foreshadow some options for families on that particular situation.
Great.
So virtual learning commitments. So big picture, it's something that I felt is important. So again, if I'm the parent that is going to opt for the virtual learning, we just want to draw attention to some features of instruction that we want you and your child to be mindful of. So this would be written in more digestible language for the family, but you can see I kind of show 4 buckets: the schedule, the learning engagement portion, critical thinking, and quality. So if I'm a student just following the schedule, I have a schedule just like my peers do at school. Learning engagement, making sure that I'm doing my part to be present for whatever my teacher is calling me to be present for. Critical thinking, as I started to process just the very nature of learning. As a learner, as adult learners, we process information and we check ourselves. Did I understand what the teacher just said? Do I have questions about it? What was the point of the instruction, which usually goes right to the learning targets? So we feel that this is very important, that students really are coached and supported both by the virtual learning teacher and also by family to really think deeply about what they're learning so that they're progressing throughout the year. And then, of course, quality, doing their best work. The parent list is really supportive kinds of helpful tips, if you will, to help the family at home create routines, make sure that that schedule is something that they also get into their day so that everyone's kind of following it. Ensuring these for learning engagement, watching and monitoring. Sometimes it's just going to take that so the student is getting back into the routine of being in school, because now it's home, but there's still features of that you're going to want to see in your child at home. Critical thinking, having conversations about the point of the lesson that you did today. What did you learn? What are some questions that you have? How will you get those questions answered? And then, of course, keeping an eye on the quality of the work that the student's doing. Not doing the work, but just ensuring that your student is doing their very best work. Next slide. So here's a broad showing the comparing of the 2 options. You've got the in-person being on campus, the virtual at home. When does the student attend? I've already spoken to that during a schedule. What does instruction look like? In the school setting, it's a mix of different forms of deliberate choices a teacher makes, from teaching a mini lesson to whole whole class direct instruction, to small group instruction, to one-on-one instruction. All of these features in the virtual learning environment, the virtual learning teacher will try to simulate as much as they possibly can. And that will include sometimes just wanting to meet one-on-one with students. Sometimes it's going to be small groups, coming up with ways to engage at a much higher level than we were able to do during the emergency closure. Instructional components, all courses offered, yes, in person, but there might be some modifications on how they're organized. We'll talk a little bit about the cohort model that we're thinking about. Some of these are still in the early stages that principals need time with their leadership teams to flesh out in detail. At home virtual attendance, yep, you'll have access to all the courses that you would have had in your schedule at school, but we are making sure to notate that we need a little time to think this through. We do realize that there are some courses, we have, as you know, a brand new innovation center built here at the high school. It is rich and full with awesome equipment. Some of that equipment is not accessible to the student at home. So we have to think through practically, are there some, another example, all the VEX robotics kits have arrived. They're outside my office. They're amazing. How do we simulate that at home? So teachers, principals have to work through, if there has to be some adjustment, we would make that known to that family and that student so they can make perhaps a change. But we're going to do our very best to offer whatever we offer here at home. But it's important to notate there might be some differences. Who's going to provide the instruction? Teacher, and I've already spoken to that. Okay. So in-school learning adjustments, just noticing that all students attend daily. Their schedules may be modified based on whatever school principals and their leadership teams and teachers feel practically need to occur. For example, Phi-Ed may be outside a lot more while weather is allowable. So some of those kinds of features can occur. Student cohorts, principals have been talking about this. You heard it come up from one of our community members this evening. So wherever possible, reducing the interactions with multiple cohorts, just as we're doing everything we can to keep kids safe. So the student cohort models, while underway, are being discussed. And the expansion of Canvas learning management system to elementary students. So we received quite a bit of feedback regarding our communication to families during the emergency closure. How lessons were designed, where the homework was located, what's the list of to-dos that I have, what's my child's schedule, how does teacher X use Canvas in grades 6 through 12 versus teacher Y. So schools have been working diligently on the implementation of Canvas, but it became apparent that there are some differences. With that said, elementary used more of a Google format where it was a lesson template and all the links were put in there. We believe this is a great opportunity for us now to pivot and do the expansion of Canvas for K through 12. So we are in the beginning stages of talking with principals and teacher leadership team to basically figure out what pieces of Canvas we can integrate into all classrooms and especially into the virtual learning classrooms, so that all parents now will see when they look at a student's class schedule, it's all in Canvas. It's in Canvas for their middle schooler, high schooler, and their elementary age student. So we see this as a responsive improvement to the feedback we received through the parent survey and even from some teachers. So that's also on the horizon. And of course, professional development to support our teachers, especially our virtual learning teachers.
Alan, with the expansion of Canvas, is there any thought to giving parents observer access to monitor their own students' progress? I know that there's a setting that can be enabled, I think, in Canvas to just give them access to only what their student can see, not even grades, no other student work or anything. Or was it just going to be sort of the parent will look over the child's shoulder on that child's account on Canvas to figure things out like that?
So that, I'm gonna just maybe ask Kirsten to take note of that. That's a suggestion. And a feature to Canvas that I'm not aware of. I've used Canvas through a course I recently took. So you're describing giving a parent guardian more access.
Yeah, I think it's just called Observer. Like they can be added as an observer, and then they would be attached to their student, or I guess their students if they have more than one, so they can see things like announcements and the posted
Yeah.
assignments and things like that, but it's really limited access, so it's not like they're going to be going in and nitpicking lesson plans or anything like that.
Sure.
But I mean, it could be something valuable so that the parents can help the students stay on track in a virtual world.
Yep. That sounds like a great recommendation, Sam.
One more thing about Canvas. Through my experience, there's different levels of usage of Canvas, and so I'm wondering if we're getting close. And from when it first started, it's getting better. I mean, you had teachers on complete opposite spectrums when we first started. Some were using it. Some you could look at lessons and homework going out for months, and others would post it, just before, or going back. It wasn't being used that much. Is that getting better in your mind, or is it more of a synchronized usage and you're looking at the same thing from the same teachers and the expectations are there and they're being monitored? I've heard that from different parents. So I just want to make sure that as we're moving through this, that's being pushed.
I believe that has been occurring, especially with principals and their leadership teams. So high school in particular had a really strong implementation plan where a teacher leadership team just listed these are the expectations for implementation. This kind of the emergency closure helped to bring greater transparency if we were all teachers on how we actually were operationalizing everything. So I think it gave us some opportunities to tighten things up in certain areas.
Okay.
So when it comes to deploying this at the elementary level, we will probably follow a similar format. We've already got a proposed plan for principals to look at on what we would expect for all teachers, and then the virtual learning teachers in particular a bit more. So we'll be very tight and comprehensive about our approach on that.
Great.
Okay, next.
So Alan, can I just point out the schedules may be modified just to make certain the board understands that our goal is to reduce transition for students. And that cohort model at the elementary, you would have a group of students that stay together like they do now, but you may have the art or music teacher go into that classroom to provide the instruction. That's going to be something we're working through with the building principals. At the middle school, same type of concept.
Same.
Where you may have the classes stay in a class and a teacher's actually streaming the instruction into that class. So the teacher who's in that class may be a social studies teacher, but the instruction being streamed in there could be from the language arts teacher, for example. The idea is to try to lessen the transition of our students to keep them in the system as long as possible and mitigate the spread of the virus. At the high school, they're looking at a modification to the block. So possibly, I think they call it a 4x4, and the idea is that instead of having as many classes as you do during a day, I think it's condensed a bit, and they're doing quarters, Alan. I can't recall how they're going to actually do that 4x4.
Yeah, I think I don't want to get too into detail on it, but preliminarily, I think it is the courses that you would have taken for a year long could be condensed into a semester. That's more of a 4x4 model. So yeah, keeping you with the same teacher for a longer duration of time in a semester, and then the second semester would be the next round of classes.
So we're going to see some of the modifications to those schedules start to develop as principals work with their leadership teams. Again, the idea is to just lessen the transition and to keep cohorts of kids together.
Yep. We did not include those schedule details for elementary, middle, high school because they're still so in process as principals work with the teachers at the schools. But that will be forthcoming. So virtual learning schedule features, so primary, secondary, 6-8 and 9-12 follow a similar model. Virtual learning teacher, synchronous, asynchronous instruction, and daily face-to-face instructional meetings will occur. So there will be some nuances to the quantity of time that you see the teacher live. So in the virtual environment, the expectation will be a bit different than what it was during the emergency closure. So again, this is in process, but we do see the need to make sure that we have a commitment to the amount of time that we have face-to-face instruction with students. Another way to organize the information just around virtual learning, so who's the teacher? It's a CSD teacher. How will the district determine the virtual learning teaching assignment? So Soon I'm going to share with you 2 slides that show parents and guardians how they're going to notify the district of their intentions for the fall. Once we have that data, then we can practically look at what we need to do as a school system. So it'll be really important that parents and guardians complete that for us so that we can use that information to help guide. So I'm just going to give one example. If you had 100 kids in a cohort and 25 of them are going to go into virtual learning, and you're at an elementary school, your teacher number 4 is available to take on the virtual learning content for that grade level. That's a potential example. 3 of us, there are 4 of us, 3 of us teach in-person instruction. Teacher number 4, my colleague, is the virtual learning teacher. They take on all the virtual learning content. One thing that we learned is the 50 days was hard work for everyone. And we know that teachers have families and personal lives, and they have students in front of them, and if they have students at home too, we want to figure out a way that can really maximize their time when they're present, and if we can find another way to assign someone the virtual learning responsibilities, we're going to be looking for that. So we're looking for efficient ways to run the system so teacher and present in front of students can provide that instruction, and we have another dedicated staff member managing the virtual learning. Virtual learning teachers are going to receive customized professional development, so we're already envisioning that we're going to have a cohort of virtual learning teachers, and we will surround them with all the support that they need. And who's helping to develop all these plans? You are, as board members, district administration, teacher engagement council, curriculum council, and some coaches. So here's something moms and dads and guardians want to look closely at. So this is the selection process. So in Skyward, there is going to be a field for you. Well, first, it's laid out by quarter. There's a parent timeline. There's a Skyward family access step you need to follow. And it's linked to the quarter duration. So July 31st to August 7th, you go into Skyward, and you as a parent guardian need to make a decision. Complete the learning environment selection form in Skyward Family Access and select the learning environment choice. We're going to have you do this for each child. My child's going to be on campus, and my child's going to be at home. To the far right, when you make that decision, it's our understanding likely that it would be for the quarter. Then at the next quarter, quarter number 2, the window will open back up October 12th to the 19th, and we'll ask you the question again. Where will your child be, on campus or at home? And this repeats itself throughout the year. So this is our initial approach to get ourselves organized for September 8th. And should anything need to change to this process, we would make those adjustments. But at this point, Friday, July 31st, through August 7th, you need to go into your Skyward account and you need to make your selection on campus or at home. Any questions on this slide?
How is that going to be pushed out to the parents? I mean, I know, I can imagine how it is, but I'd rather hear from you guys and Kirsten and...
Probably a Skyward alert. Does that make sense? So we will discuss that. So it could be the principal pushing out an alert to all their families, or the district will push one out to all families. Because it is a step that we need you all to know about. And if it needs to come with a little bit of a narrative explanation, we can do that and then prompt you to go into Skyward.
So then, so that's coming, it's on the window opens on the 31st, so can we get something out tomorrow on it? And it could even say, you know, wouldn't have to have that much detail, but details to follow and so forth, just so there's a heads up and, you know, and then maybe an explanation from each building's principal, something along those lines, or whatever you decide. But I think more communication in this case is better than less, and just really getting the info out there. And then if we perhaps haven't heard from anyone, you know, we're not getting a lot of traction, maybe, you know, take some steps to get that information. And I'm sure you've thought of this, but it's just an expectation.
I appreciate that. Foreshadowing is really important, and it is important that they jump into Skyward. So I thank you for that prompt.
I would reiterate that and say just as many different ways as possible to convey that message. As somebody who's collected field trip forms from students before, I know that August 7th is going to come around, and there probably are going to be families that haven't yet accessed Skyward to indicate their preference. Have we thought how we would address? I don't think it would be smart to default them into one or the other. Would this just be personal communications with a phone call or with something for the families that don't reply by the 7th?
I think I might need to hear your question one more time, actually.
I'm just wondering what we would do about if there were families that haven't accessed Skyward to indicate a preference by the 7th, would we just follow up with them personally? Is that is probably the best way. Hopefully there's not a lot.
Yep, if I'm the building principal and I want to know, I'm going to talk to my assistant, can you tell me who's opted for in-person and who's at home? And how many families have we not seen a response to? Oh, we're going to reach out. Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. We'll
okay.
personally do that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, there could be a vacation out there.
Right.
Yeah.
So you could be gone or something.
Is it your intent that all parents for the second quarter would need to repeat that decision, or only those that wish to change where they're currently at would need to respond to that Skyward alert? Because it seems like it would save a lot of time to say, if you would like to change your situation, here's the window to do it. Something to think about, I guess.
I appreciate that. We did have some discussion about when we set this up, it holds true to our initial plan of encouraging in person. And we want parents to go through the process of just re-reflecting on, is this the time or not? I know what you're saying, though. I mean, it could be if there's no change, it's just a default, so to speak. So we certainly have a little bit of time to think about that, but we do want to just put them in the position to rethink. Okay, is this the right time, or no? We're going to continue for another quarter.
Okay.
Yep.
Just think about it.
And additionally, this is our aspirational goal, right? And so we hear from everyone by August 7th. But if the conditions change in Ozaukee County or in our community, obviously we'd be flexible. This isn't written in stone, as none of this plan is. But if there's some conditions that come up, you'll pivot on it and you'll change. I just want to make sure that everyone out there knows that. I know that that's your goal always, but just so everyone knows.
Yes.
Good point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we're doing our best to continue to be prepared and understand that tomorrow could be a different day and things have to rapidly change. So we will keep parents in the loop with any kind of changes that should happen.
Great.
The next slide just plays out two scenarios, and this kind of, Chris, goes back to something you raised before. So scenario number one, a parent guardian is determined for personal health reasons that they're not enrolling their student in the in-person instruction. So they go into the Skyward, they select at home, and they do it in that window. This is for quarter one. Your student's office is going to be notified, and your child will be put into a virtual learning cohort, and it happens every quarter. Second option, or scenario I should say, a student or a family member, or maybe there's some extended illness, it's requiring your child to be out for a bit of a longer time. So let's just say 14 days. So this time, now your child was in school, and now they need to be home. So you just simply contact your school's office and let them know your child needs to be home, just like you would for any kind of health-related absence. And we're going to ask you, at this point, this is what we're thinking, we're going to ask you, what form of instruction would you like? If you had been out on an extended vacation, sometimes they occur, or they're chicken pox or some sort of illness that kept you out for a while, we want to know, would it be better that we just send homework home to you, or would you like us to put you in the virtual learning cohort? Because I want you to recall the illustration I gave, 100 kids, 4 teachers, one of us is assigned the virtual learning group. To move a student out of the in-school group and to put them into the virtual learning group, we're a little cautious about. It's a brand new cohort. They haven't been working with that teacher. Does that make sense for your child? So we at least want to have that conversation with mom, dad, guardian. to tell us what they think is best for their child. They might go, yep, do the virtual learning, they'll be fine. Or nope, actually, let's do the homework route, we'll see you in 14 days. Okay.
Yeah, and I think too, I mean, there's a task on the teacher there too, right? So if you're the cohort teacher, to have kids coming in and out of that classroom is not beneficial for anyone, even the student either, right? Because they're going to be at a different place, or maybe they're at a different point of an assignment, or something's going to be different. And so setting those expectations with the parents will be really important, that it's not just like a backup to the in-school, it's an actual school form of schooling. That's a choice. So I think, my concern is I wouldn't want to see people jumping around. I like the format of it's a choice, but it's a committed choice. It should be an educational choice on the behalf of the parent, because it will still require their engagement as well. So it's not just a plug them in, pull them out. So I'm sure you'll collect more data on that as the school year starts and you start to kind of maybe experience those situations, but I would be very protective of keeping that as adhering to that as much as possible, especially for the sanity of the teachers. Because as a former teacher, when you get students put in your classroom, it's a lot of work to make sure that they're in a good spot, because you want to make sure every kid is learning to the best of their ability. So it's not super easy to just pull in and out.
I appreciate that. Yep. And I think what you shared is a bit of the background regarding the your decisions for a quarter, trying to bring stability to the child's learning experience. So you make a decision that works best for you and your child, but we'd like it to be, if it can be, for a quarter at a time. Yep.
Alan, on where it says that parent or guardian is determined for personal/health reasons, are there any requirements or guidelines as far as what type of personal health reasons? Do they have to come up? Is there some threshold, or is it just a matter of personal preference?
The others would have to clarify what I'm about to say if you have a different perspective. My understanding right now is that in Skyward, you're to make that selection, and there may be some examples of perhaps some of the reasons why one might be doing that, but I'm not aware of us requiring any kind of formal explanation for the reasoning.
Okay.
Yep.
So our thinking, Dave, is that it would be easy for them to go in and check that I want to have the virtual option, but also potentially have a drop-down menu where they can give us a potential reason why, because perhaps that reason why may have to do with something that we're doing now in our in-person instruction. So maybe there's thinking there's too many transitions, the block schedule doesn't work. I'm just throwing out ideas. It could be we have to noodle this through a bit. It could be that they want more sanitization. It could be something like that. So having some indication as to why would just help us potentially tweak our in-person so we can accommodate them in the next quarter, for example. So we don't want to make it difficult, but we also just want, I think, some information as to why they're choosing it.
I think if we're offering those pull-down choices, that it would still be really important, though, to have a choice that is, I prefer not to say, because the reasons may be personal, and I don't know that we need to, as a district, get into those, putting value on families' concerns.
Yeah, I agree, Sam. It wasn't necessarily, the person could just be other.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, other.
I was thinking of, is there any information regarding our current plan of operation in person that could maybe help us improve our services? Is what I would be after.
Right.
Yeah.
And that would be valuable to know.
And then we got to make sure, I think, too, that we don't inadvertently get any medical information, right? So I don't know exactly how to word that. If I say health reasons.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Appreciate
You're correct, Dave.
That, I believe, is it.
Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, thank you too.
Thank you, Alan.
Heavy lift. Yep.
Thanks, Alan. That's good.
So just to be clear, where can this information that you just presented be found? You can answer that, Ted.
So Alan, Chris is asking where this information can be found, and I can tell you that this PowerPoint was actually presented to our parents today, Karen, in our parent communication, if I'm not mistaken. So everything that was being presented tonight went out this evening to our parent communication, our regular Wednesday communication. All of this content that's being shared here is either already on our website or will be added to our website very, very shortly.
Where on the website, though? Because I think a lot of people would want to see this.
So if you went right to our home screen, there's a link in the black bar across the top that says reentry plan, and that's where you'll find the information.
Okay, great.
Is that accurate, Alan? Yep. Karen, I see Karen's in the back, and she's giving me a thumbs up. Or, yeah,
That's accurate.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After the last meeting, I think it was clear that we want to make that information as
Yep.
available as possible to our parents. Ted?
So we know many of all our students haven't been in a classroom with 6 months by the time they arrived with us on September 8th. So a good bit of work and emphasis will be put into helping students re-enter the buildings, both from a physical perspective, staying healthy, as well as a kind of a mental wellness, social, emotional learning perspective. We're working with our student services team and teachers to develop structures to cultivate and deepen those relationships as they return with their peers and teachers. We know those formal things haven't been happening in a while, so it's going to take students some time to readjust to that. And we're doing that through our PBIS structures. Our school psychologists are working with our PBIS teams in the building on routines and expectations. So they'll have those embedded within their learning practices. Self-care and trauma support, that's something we're digging into now. Some students have experienced this in a very traumatic way, and we want to make sure that we're assessing and addressing as that happens and how to respond. We're ramping up our access to community and private resources, reaching out to all our different vendors at both county, public, and private to see what is available and what can be brought to our families as needed. Our second step activities will be retooled and reworked to include reentry. The company is communicating with us how to modify activities to help students work through the readjustment. And then we know that students, as they're readjusting to the academic rigors and expectations, will be experiencing some emotional reaction to that, some frustration, some excitement, a lot of different things. So we need to develop and make sure everybody understands that everybody will not, many students will have a different reaction to the academic exposure as they're experiencing it, and how we need to go slowly to move faster with our students. So we're working through how to help staff understand that and provide the necessary supports and services as we move forward.
And when you mentioned those services really quick, the county and private resource services, how are those shared with students, parents? Because I know there was a lot of feedback from the community about mental health right now.
Correct.
So how do they access that?
So Ozaki Family Services, they send out monthly newsletters. We'll make sure those go out to all our families. We usually post them kind of around different district things, but we'll ramp up those types of things. Our private vendors like Rogers Behavioral Health Services will provide those flyers to families more regularly. So it's just kind of helping get phone numbers out there, what's available, what types of services they have, when to access them, possibly get them to even come into school. They've been part of our parent engagement series and providing booths, things like that, just exposing parents to those at a greater level.
Yeah, I think that exposure is important, and consistent exposure too, because I think at the beginning of the school year, there's so much information.
Right.
It's easy for that to go to the bottom a lot of times as they choose everything. So making sure that's consistent throughout the year, I think would be important.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for the feedback.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Ted, can you just remind us about how we have invested in the school psych increase and some of the support we have in our staff that we've increased over the last couple of years? Can you just touch on that a little bit, just so that we know we've already started to invest in these things?
Sure. So we have a very strong student services team. We have 5 school psychologists, and we added one for this coming school year as an addition to help us through all the special education evaluations and that we need to tackle from the spring that we weren't able to do, as well as all the additional ones that will be piling up in the fall. This additional cycle will take that work off of our current 5 school psychologists, which will free them up to do more of the social emotional work with students. In addition to that, we have 5 counselors, one at the middle and 4 at the high school. That one floats between the middle and the high that does ACP work. So we do have a fairly good size student services department, and we did increase that school psych for one for this coming year. So that gives us 6 school psychologists and 5 counselors.
Thank you.
Just some notes on special education services. I think one of the things that's keeping me awake at night right now is how we're going to bring our students with special needs back into the building. Many of our students, some of our students who didn't do particularly well in the spring were our students with special needs who struggle with learning in the best of environments, and then we put them in a different type of environment with not as much support as they needed. And many of them not only have learning challenges, they have behavioral challenges. So we'll be working more with our special education staff once parents choose which learning environment they are best or most wanting for their student, and then how to provide the necessary supports for those in our building as they return and those that are deciding to pick the virtual option. We'll be having some staffing changes and supports need to be changed, but that will be a big lift for our program as we move forward. We'll also be continuing to hold IEPs virtually. We did that during the closure. It worked well. It keeps exposure down if there's exposure risk, and I think we'll continue that unless there's an accommodation needed for the fall at least, and we'll reevaluate for the spring. Questions? All right.
Thanks, Ted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kirsten, and just a shout out to Kirsten and her team. She worked diligently throughout the day to get the sound system, the technology working for this evening. So thank you, Kirsten, for doing the work behind the scenes to make this all possible.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, very impressive.
You're welcome. We have a great team. Wasn't all me. So just a little bit about the technology and the support in school and for families and students at home. So all of our students, grades 5K through 12, will receive a Chromebook. Our 4K students, in general on site, do not regularly use technology, and so that will remain the same on site. But you can imagine those students at home may need a device to connect with that virtual instruction. So we'll work with parents to determine if they need a device at home, and we'll issue those if needed. So our students will use their designated device. We won't be sharing devices between students, and we will have practices and procedures for our students and teachers so that they clean them at the beginning of the day as they arrive at school and throughout the day as necessary. Technology devices will not be shared use. It looks like it needs a knot in there. How did we miss that? So they will not be shared use.
Got it.
So our interactive flat panel displays and smart boards will be cleaned after each person that touches the device. The device, people touching the devices will be minimized, so only as needed. We have worked to acquire sanitation cabinets. So we have a help desk system where our students' Chromebooks can get fixed if they have issues and things. And so we have a UVC light sanitization cabinet in each of our schools in the IMCs. We also have them in places where we might have things that need to be sanitized. For example, we're still working out how we use labs. So we have some specialty software. We might be sanitizing keyboards so that a student in a lab, and it's only the high school, in our Project Leadway courses or with proprietary software, we would be sanitizing keyboards. So support of families and students at home, just like the spring. We have a dedicated website with support request forms, and we have staff answering those requests between 7:30 and 4. And we've had great feedback. John over here, who's running the live stream, is on top of all of that. So we don't see any problems doing that. Our teachers who are teaching in the virtual environment have a lot of different needs comparatively to the in-school. So we'll make sure that we're appropriately servicing and supporting those needs too. Each classroom that will need to have a live stream at times will have appropriate equipment to do so. We have webcams like the one we're using tonight. We have microphones, we have iPads, we have dot cams that have video, we have independent microphones. So our teachers will have a desktop in their classroom, and they also have a Chromebook. So we have enough devices, and the key thing will be enabling all of our teachers to fine-tune what they need for their specific delivery instruction. So it'll be a lot of work on the back end, but we're here to do that.
Kirsten, just want to say great job, and can you just touch on what we needed to do in the spring as far as how much investment we made and how many devices we purchased just to operationalize this virtual environment, just to give some significance to what we have already invested in at the student and educator level?
Yeah, so we on a dime quickly put an order together for 640 Chromebooks to add to our fleet. So we had Chromebooks in every grade from 4th through 12th, but we needed to equip our 5K through 3rd grade students with Chromebooks. We had some in carts in the school, but then we purchased more, readied them quickly for distribution, figured out how to get families connected with especially our youngest families, to their student account and how do they log in and what's their password. Those things will happen again. We'll make sure, especially, I know you were talking previously about Canvas. We have parents using observer codes already in Canvas, and so getting parents connected at those younger grade levels, because that's where the information of what is learning going to look like, their classroom will be delivered to them with Canvas as a home base. We're still using all the tools that we used before, like a Google Meet and Seesaw and other tools like Dreambox and possibly Lexia, but Canvas is the home base for communication.
Thank you, Kirsten.
Thank you, Kristen.
Yep, thanks.
Board members, just a couple more sections. The next item is survey feedback. Just wanted to touch on the fact that we did put a survey out to our staff and wanted to determine who at this particular time would have concerns coming back into the work environment. And so we have those preliminary numbers, and we are working through those numbers to determine what individuals may not be able to return to our environment due to some COVID-related factors in their life or in their home. And this is part of our interactive process, so we can determine who we will have in person and who will or may be available to operate in our virtual environment. And so the process is underway, and we're going through that. Conrad's leading that charge and working with the principals, and we should have greater clarity in the coming weeks as we begin to develop our staffing model. Because all what Alan presented to you is dependent on staff. And staff are a key piece, and I think a lot of the steps you took this evening, the conversations we had this evening, really do support bringing our teachers and students back into a very safe and healthy environment. And to ensure that we have staff here, we have to continue to provide the best safety measures in place. What we do know is that we are going to be facing some staffing challenges. That we have health room aides that we need to put in place to help us with monitoring the symptoms of students when they come to the office, and once they come to the office and into the health room, they have to be isolated until a parent picks them up. We want to make certain we have those areas staffed. It's a concern in all districts to make certain there's enough personnel to manage the population that's coming to the office with any kind of symptoms. The other issue that we know we're going to face, and a very difficult one, is making certain we have enough substitutes available when teachers may need to be quarantined or are unable to work for a particular reason. We are looking at our sub-allocation, our sub-dollar allocation, and seeing if we can draw money out of that particular budget to bring on 5 full-time subs for the year. And Conrad is in the midst of doing that. That's going to help a great deal, and we'll be able to move those subs throughout the district. Thinking if we need 3 here in one building, we can do that. Again, being very nimble and agile, knowing that day to day it potentially could change depending on any information we get from the health department regarding any type of quarantine or positive cases.
And Todd, are they like in the building even if they're not being used? I'm sure they may be used more than we think, but are they going to be like adding additional support?
They will be in the building every day,
Yeah.
in the district, I should say, every day, even if they are not assigned to a class.
Sure.
But I know we will have a number of students that will take the virtual option, and we
Yeah.
certainly will be able to use them. We may use them in a capacity of a class that needs greater social distancing. We may put that staff member in a room with a number of those students, for example.
Support for staff, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
This is going to be one of the greatest challenges I think all school systems face that are going back in person Monday through Friday, because as soon as you do get a positive case, there is going to be a quarantine period, and Nicole's going to go over that in a bit. And when you have that quarantine period, you're going to need staff to either fill in, or potentially, if that staff member is able to continue to work from home, they can stream that instruction back into the classroom. But you would still need an individual to be in the classroom to supervise the kids. So we'll still need bodies.
Yeah.
So we're developing a staffing model, and if there is going to be some criteria, and I'll get to that slide, because if in fact we end up in a position where we have to determine that we can no longer provide in-person instruction, one of those key pivot points is going to be staff availability. If we don't have enough staff to teach here in person, then we would have to flip to remote instruction.
Yep.
And so being able to determine that pivot point is something that all superintendents are working on and trying to figure out what would that look like. It is playing out every scenario down to the final, the final person. I have mentioned to my administrative team, there may be times when we are actually sitting in the classrooms in the back, supervising the students while the teacher is streaming live instruction into the classroom from home, for example. So it's really all hands on deck to keep our students here in school so they can receive a quality instruction from a quality instructor. The other piece I just wanted to share with you, board members, was the feedback from our parents in the survey that had been administered. That survey was open July 17th through the 24th. We had survey responses for 1,950 students, which is about 63% of our students. Oh, let me flip that slide, sorry. Board members, you had been provided this information previously. There are questions that were asked, and the question that you see in front of you was based on 5 assumptions, and those 5 preliminary assumptions was that school would be open 5 days a week, in-person instruction, social distancing would range between 6+ feet but could not be guaranteed. Students were strongly encouraged to wear appropriate face coverings. Staff would be required to wear appropriate safe face coverings. PPEs would be provided, regular sanitizing would occur, and we would have, at the time, we called it temporary remote learning. As you know, we have moved off of that verbiage, and now it's just called virtual learning. But the survey results do show that what would make parents most comfortable in returning to the fall was the daily sanitizing and cleaning of our facilities and having supplies available to them so they can also sanitize some of their spaces. So we use this to help help guide us in some of the areas that were presented this evening. And it helped us get to a point where we can offer now this virtual option and that window that's going to be open as of Friday. Now, these remaining subsections, board members, are subsections that we have not covered before. So this really, when we go through these subsections, it would conclude all the subsections for our reentry plan. And Nicole's going to come back up and talk about a few of the items that we've already touched on briefly. The first one being the health room protocol, because certainly we know we are going to have students who are going to be symptomatic, and we're going to have to, and we have devised plans and protocols to deal with those symptomatic students. So Nicole's going to touch on this, a lot of content, higher level, the bold wording in these slides are really intentional to draw your attention to those key pieces of each of the bullet points.
Thank you. Personal protective equipment, all health room personnel will be wearing a medical face mask, so not a cloth face mask, a face shield, gloves as needed, and for right now, a lab coat. However, I did touch base with our medical advisor, and he's recommending that the health room staff actually wear a impermeable type of gown. So I will be looking into that as to supply and as to how much the cost that will be. Each school building will have a secondary space or an isolation room designated for symptomatic students. All students or staff reporting to the health room will be required to wash their hands or use hand sanitizer upon entry and exit of the health room. And each student or staff member will have their temperature taken and questioned regarding any symptoms they're experiencing. For a suspected COVID-19 case, any students that are experiencing any cold or flu-like symptoms will be required to wear a medical face mask. They'll be placed in the isolation room, and they will have their parent or guardian contacted for pickup. Any student that is placed in the isolation room will be monitored either by myself or health room personnel until that parent or guardian arrives. I will provide instruction regarding recommending next steps, follow up with your healthcare provider, possible COVID-19 testing, and also provide guidance regarding when the student may return to school if he or she tests positive or is not tested but remains symptomatic. And then again, additional guidance we're still waiting on from DHS.
And all of this, Nicole, is predicated upon the premise that students experiencing these symptoms while at home ought to be kept at home, right? The parents need to understand that, you know, giving their kids some children's Tylenol to get their fever down until lunchtime is not an effective measure of keeping our schools safe. I just think we need to be really overt with that messaging so that we don't have a huge influx of students in any health room at any given time.
Absolutely, we're going to need every parent to be very, very diligent. You know, screen their students every morning. If they're having symptoms, if they have a runny nose, if they have a cough that suddenly developed, please keep your child home because that will keep our schools healthier as a whole. In the event that we do have a positive COVID-19 case in the school, and it's a student, the Washington Ozaki Health Department will notify the student and the family first of the positive result. Within 24 hours of receiving the positive test results, the health department will inform the school administration and provide the name of the student. However, this process may be delayed if the health department has difficulty reaching the student and family, as they need to be the ones notified first. Health department will conduct contact tracing with the student's primary instructor, parent, guardian, and the student to create a contact listing. Health department will inform the close contacts of their exposure, provide education, and recommend that those close contacts quarantine for 14 days. And then the health department will also conduct a post-contact tracing interview with primary teacher, student, and parent. Contact tracing is the process of determining who had close contact with the person diagnosed with with COVID-19, excuse me. Close contact is defined as someone who is within 6 feet of a person diagnosed with COVID-19 for at least 15 cumulative minutes, including 48 hours prior to the affected individual's symptom onset. Any individuals exposed will be recommended to complete 14 days of quarantine before being allowed to return to school or work. Even if the exposed individual tests negative prior to that 14-day quarantine period, he or she will be advised to not return until those 14 days have ended, because symptoms can appear anywhere from 2 to 14 days after exposure. If someone tests positive during their quarantine period, they now transition out of the quarantine, and now the home isolation guidelines would need to be met before they can return.
So Nicole,
Nicole,
go ahead.
I'm sorry?
I just want to make certain that we're clear on this, because when we talk about modifying our class structure and lessening student passing time, what we're trying to do is avoid a student who's positive infecting others, because when you get into that type of scenario, then we are going to have an opportunity to then go through and do this contact tracing, and we would have to quarantine if students were in contact with that student who tested positive within 6 feet for 15 minutes or cumulative minutes. That individual would have to quarantine as well. So that is a key piece for us to make certain we're clear, and that's why the emphasis on staying safe, to stay open, is so important, not only within the system but in the community, because you can see very quickly if a student is moving between a class schedule and they're positive, we can find ourselves quarantining upwards of 100, here at the high school, for example, upwards of 100 plus students very quickly. So when we talk about modifying the block, it's intentional, so we lessen the contact that students would have with other students. When we talk about potentially serving lunch in the classroom at the elementary level, the idea is to keep that cohort together to, again, mitigate the spread of the virus. So it's important that we're just clear on how this works, because this could have, and may, and will, probably in the first few weeks of school, have an impact on how operations occur here in the system.
I have one question. So you say the words close contact, and then you say the word exposed. Are you using those two terms interchangeably? Am I reading that right?
Yes.
And then my second question is, so I work in healthcare, and our close contact definitions include unmasked close contact within 6 feet for greater than 15 minutes, not any contact. So I'm just clarifying, are you saying mask to mask inside of 6 feet in our definition counts as a close contact?
Correct. Even if both people are wearing cloth face masks, if that person is deemed a close contact or deemed exposed, yes.
So I have to ask the question, what good is the mask then if that's what we're saying? Aren't the masks supposed to be designed to protect against that?
They don't.
The masks are.
You understand what I'm getting at? If this is our definition is close contact, mask to mask, and we're saying that's the same as no mask to no mask.
Yes, even if if you're wearing a cloth face mask and you're exposed to someone with COVID-19, you still are considered a close contact and you will be expected to quarantine. We're not wearing medical face masks. We're wearing a cloth face covering. It's not the same.
The mask, just to clarify, this is not our language. This is the language that the health department, CDC, and DHS has provided us. So it sounds like it might be a bit different.
And we're 100% certain that's what the CDC says, mask to mask, 15 minutes. I'm just making sure we're sure.
Well,
on
we
that
don't have to
language.
do that. I mean, we can do our own, right? I mean,
Well, but if we're going to base on CDC, I'm just making sure that's what
That's
the
my
CDC
understanding.
is
I
saying
don't-
is mask to mask.
This
or,
is considered a cloth face covering.
Uh-huh.
Mask is considered a face mask, so something that you would wear in surgery
Sure.
or a phlebotomist. That is a face mask. So perhaps in your instance, when you're saying mask to mask, each person is wearing a surgical face mask. Because even when COVID-19 first came, there was a shortage of N95s. So healthcare professionals did not have access to them at all times. So in those instances, they did wear simply a surgical face mask.
Sure, we still do.
But in our schools, we're not going to be wearing a surgical face mask. The only people that will be are the health room personnel and the symptomatic students.
Thank you.
well, but then to Brendan's, excuse me, Brandon's question, are these protocols from the CDC?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The next slide is
So
Nicole's
this
last slide.
slide is regarding student or staff if they test positive for COVID-19. In order for them to return to school or work, they need to meet the 3 criteria. They need to be fever-free for 24 hours. They need to be symptom-free for 24 hours. And at least 10 days need to have passed since their symptoms began. So the graph to the right shows you that if a child tests for COVID-19, they're going to be out of school for at least 10 days. If someone in the child's household tests positive for COVID-19, the child will need to be isolated at home with the ill family member, and the child's actual quarantine will not start until that family member's cleared of the isolation guidelines. So best case scenario, mom or dad has COVID-19, the child has to stay home. 10 days later, mom exits home isolation criteria. That will be the child's last date of exposure to the parent. So that child's quarantine doesn't start until that day. So there is potential that the student could be out for at least 24 days, if not more. And the same rule applies for our staff. If a teacher has to stay home to take care of a sick child, their quarantine won't start until their child has exited those home isolation guidelines.
Now, this is, excuse me, this is saying if there's active COVID in the home. right?
Correct.
As opposed to someone who's, not at home. Right?
Yeah.
They went to a hotel or they're at the hospital, let's say. It would just be
Right.
the normal 14 days then, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be 14 days if the person, let's say the parent was in the hospital, they weren't at home. We would just be like they'd had contact, so it would be 14 days and not 24 days, right?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, I'm sorry.
Okay, I just want to clarify that I understand the math here. The 24 days is if there's an active case within their home, and the child is living in that home with that person who's got it. If the person in their household was, let's say, in a hospital setting, and they found out and they were at the hospital immediately, it was still the 14-day quarantine, not the 24-day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
It would be 14 days from their last exposure.
Okay.
So even if the family member is able to isolate, or maybe mom or dad goes to another place, another house or whatever, they can isolate and the child isn't exposed, then the quarantine will just be 14 days from that exposure.
From that exposure, makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you.
Ted, I think you have these, this slide.
We know recess will be a very active time for kids, so that's one area we're gonna, take time to make sure that we're working with students, because we know social distancing, we're gonna make sure they do it as much as possible, but you know, as kids move around there, it's not a natural process, so that will take time and practice. And then, you know, when and where those masks are going to be required when we can't get social distancing. And then if students choose to wear masks at all time, you know, that's something that they can definitely do. When using playground equipment, students may be placed in cohorts. We're still working that through. That's something that is important, and we're trying to figure out what that looks like. So we can minimize contact with other larger groups of students. And we may have additional recess time. That's something we're talking through as students need, you know, time to get out and have mask breaks and, you know, continue to build those relationships that have been missing for so long. So that's something that the principals are talking through as well.
Thanks, Ted. And just a comment about the playground, you saw on John's slide that his crew would actually be out there and sanitize some of those high-touch areas on the playground equipment between the groups that would use that equipment.
Seeing all that new playground equipment at Westlawn, and I'm sure the kids who want to go there, we might want to seriously think about hand sanitizing after recess, immediately after recess, or washing hands or something like that as they come into the school.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. And John touched a little bit on that. We have hand washing stations, and where we're going to put those outside at the building. So when they come in, when they're ending a recess, they can actually wash their hands right there before they enter the building, and also have hand sanitizing stations available as well.
Yep, because I can see a lot of kids probably wanting to play on that equipment that's brand new.
Yeah.
All right, looking at the cafeteria and the lunchrooms, similar approach to the recess where we will try to social distance as much as possible where it's practical. Obviously, it's a high area for students to come together, so there will be challenges with that, but we are working on through different solutions that we can use in each school. They may vary based on the building that they're put in place. It could involve more lunch periods during the day, so less students at one time. More of a staggered approach, or it could involve changing the locations of where students eat lunch, where we might use auxiliary locations, the gym, stuff like that, or we may use individual classrooms to have them eat lunch. As consistent with our normal practices, we'll make sure to accommodate for special dietary needs and allergies. And really the goal, try to restrict as much as possible the shared contact with personal items and foods. And obviously we'll be putting cleaning practices and sanitation procedures in place after each lunch period as is necessary. When we look at actual serving the food, there's a lot of pieces that are being placed here. These are just some of them that we're looking at, trying to move towards more packaged items rather than kind of like a shared meal serving process. Looking at different menu options to reduce shared contact, cashless checkout, reduction of a shared touch keypad for entering student IDs, and then different disposable options instead of reusable items and whatnot. We already use disposable utensils. But even the trays we're looking at as a possibility for some kind of disposable option as well. Even beyond that, Laura's here tonight and she shared some good information based on kind of even practices they're putting in place with Airmark just to kind of go above and beyond to make sure her staff are following very rigorous checklists and procedures and have all those pieces in place to really check all those boxes off. So. Still a work in progress. Our plan is to meet with the principals over the next couple of weeks to kind of iron those pieces out. But I think we're on a good path to put us in a good place for lunch and meal serving.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Yep, thanks.
The next subsection is visitor protocol. Board members, it's pretty straightforward. We are asking that visitors that are coming in are expected to wear a face covering if they are able to do that. We ask that the visitors be restricted to the main office and the main entrance area. We're not going to allow volunteers in initially. I think it's, again, just trying to reduce the amount of visitors that we have in the system. and service providers permitted during school hours would be screened and isolated from staff and students to the extent possible. And it seems to me that these types of protocols, similar to the one we talked about, the mask, it's going to be re-examined on a regular basis because volunteers are a big portion of our program and offer a great deal of support for our students and teachers. And we want to make certain that if there's a point where we can pivot and get them into the system to assist, we will. So we're going to continue to re-examine these on a monthly basis. The next slide is athletics and activity protocols. We touched on this when we were discussing the mask slides, and this just reiterates that we will be following the WIA guidelines and rules based on COVID-19. You see in here the most current information from the WIA regarding the low contact sports starting on the 17th and the potential high contact or high risk, I should say, sports starting on September 7th. And John is working with the ADs within the conference. I'm working with the superintendents within the conference, and there's discussions about fans, limiting the number of fans coming into any of these competitions. What does that look like? So there's much more to be decided here, and we will bring this back to you so you can see more information in depth based on the conversation we had regarding mask requirement. Next slide is on financial impact.
So obviously with all these additional procedures put in place and staffing needs, there is a financial impact for all of this. The Building and Grounds Committee went into this a little bit more in depth last night at their meeting. But these are all pieces that we're kind of obviously keeping track of and exploring and figuring out the best way to fund them just based on our finite amount of resources that we have available as a district. Staffing will probably be one of the biggest ones, but even in addition to that, just all the sanitation and cleaning equipment that we'll need will start to add up. So just putting all those pieces together, tracking on it, and making sure we're able to fund them and put them in place in time for the school year. Beyond that, we do get some support from at the federal level. One act that has already gone through is the CARES Act. That has been passed, and we have more information on that. It was a $13.2 billion allocation for K-12 education that resulted in $174 million for Wisconsin. The distribution of funding was determined based on our Title I grant allocation or formula. So that resulted in a allocation of about $57,000 for the Cedarburg School District that we're anticipating to receive over the next couple of weeks. Obviously, it helps with some of these additional expenses we're seeing, but we're anticipating to have more expenses than what that grant will cover. Beyond that, we're also tracking on a current piece of legislation that's going through at the federal level called the HEALS Act. This proposal would include $70 billion to K-12 education, so quite a bit of a bump compared to the first round. So we'll kind of see where that goes. Not fully approved yet, but if it does go through, it would obviously help with our financial needs that we shared with the last slide. There is a portion in there that makes a large portion of the funding contingent on returning to school this fall in person. But that's subject to change as it goes through the different houses and whatnot. So we'll track on that and make sure to continue to update the board as we get more updates on that moving forward.
Thanks, Ben.
Yep, thanks.
So board members, that concludes all the subsections of our reentry plan. You saw a review of those, some subsections today. You saw new subsections being presented to you. So between the last board meeting and this board meeting, we have covered all the key aspects in our reentry plan. Next steps, we have a timeline that we are working through now, and we are on the 29th, and we have the plan in front of you and all the key aspects of the plan. We did note that on our timeline, the in-person or virtual program selection opens up on the 31st. We have a tentative board meeting. I say tentative because I want to make certain we talk through that with the board tonight on August 5th. And then we have our regular board meeting scheduled for August 19th, and the first day of school starts on September 8th. We continue to communicate all this information out to our parents. Every Wednesday, we have a parent communication that goes out to our system. We continue to update our webpage, and if you have not been there, board members, I certainly would encourage you to take a peek at our reentry plan. On there, we have an FAQ that we are populating. So as questions come into us from parents or teachers, we add that information to our FAQ, and it's becoming quite a very comprehensive go-to for our reentry plan. Next slide, board members. As we look at the next steps, we are developing a dashboard of sorts so we can monitor data. And for example, tonight we put the mask requirement in place, and so now we have kind of a baseline that we can start from here and begin to monitor the data moving forward, so we can make an informed decision as to if and when we want to ease up on that mandate. It's clear that there are areas that we are going to wrestle with given the plan and given what COVID is doing and the unpredictable nature of COVID. So we have to create dashboards so we can monitor student attendance, staff attendance, positive cases in the district and by school, because at any given time we may be informed by the health department that we have an outbreak at a particular school, and they may make the recommendation that that school close for a period of time, or a class go and access the instruction remotely because the class has to be quarantined. So as we begin to work through those different scenarios, I think it's imperative that we have a dashboard set up so we can make informed decisions and be able to pivot accordingly when the data changes. You'll notice number 7 there is substitute teachers, class coverage availability. I'll emphasize again, that is a critical piece that we are going to monitor in all districts that are opening and welcoming students back 5 days a week. That will be a key piece for all districts to monitor if we are going to stay open and provide quality instruction. I'm grateful that the board has allowed us to hire 5 additional substitute teachers for the year, which will certainly provide some support, but that's going to be an ongoing challenge for us, number 7, and we'll need to develop we are in the midst of developing a staffing model, so we have some contingency in place when a teacher is not available to teach. Lastly, it comes back to the key parameters of our reentry plan. We started with these 5 key parameters probably 6-8 weeks ago, and I bring them back to you just so you know our entire effort in developing our reentry plan was based on these parameters. And I am pleased to say I believe we've accomplished and worked within those parameters to provide a solid reentry plan to you and to our parents and students and staff. I'll end where I started. I think it's absolutely important that we stay safe to stay open. And it is not just a district responsibility, it is a community responsibility, and all of us taking the personal responsibility to tap down this virus. And if we are diligent and handle ourselves appropriately, this model that we presented to you will be successful.
Thank you. So I think now would be an appropriate time that we would perhaps entertain a motion to adopt the plan as presented, if everyone's in agreement. Unless the motion that Sam had made earlier.
I'll make that motion to...
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and second. You got that, Brenda? Kevin, and then Brandon.
Yep.
Is this separate from the first motion?
Yeah, we're going to carve out the guidance of Sam's motion. So
Okay.
as presented, less the mass discussion and motion.
Could we have a quick discussion possibly?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to say it's been a long meeting, but much longer than this meeting was the time spent by staff and administrators and teachers and people outside the district, the health department and things like that. And I really appreciate the time and effort put in. It's a lot of work that went into this and a lot of details. But as they say, God is in the details, and there's still more details to get worked out, and we still got a road ahead of us to go. But appreciate the efforts so far.
Amen.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. I think that a lot of the communications that we've seen over the last couple of weeks from the community have really looked for clarity in a reopening plan, and I think that everybody who has been a part of this presentation, who's come up to speak, has been an integral part of that. And I thank you, because I think that is providing the clarity that our community was looking for. And of course, there's still a lot of work to do, like Kevin said, but this is a great framework, I think, that we're working with.
Yep. And this isn't what everyone signed up for. It's not what the teachers signed up for. It's not what our staff signed up for. So I just really appreciate everyone's efforts, from the administration to the teachers to support staff to everyone involved. Thank you for all your efforts.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that, and then also extend my thanks to your continued work on this, because as Mr. Bagnacki pointed out, this is an ongoing process. It's going to be, we've designed this to be nimble, and we're going to have to be, and there's going to be a lot more work ahead. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to be redundant, but it's really important just to say thank you to the staff and administration, and to the future work that's going to come. To Chris's point, no one signed up for this. This is all on top of all the other work that we already do and you already do, and everything's expected of you. So the fact that you guys are finding the time to make sure that we're blending this in on top of everything else is just tremendous, and you guys just deserve countless gratitude. So can't say it enough how much we appreciate it. I did have a discussion point to the plan. I know we have August 5th is like a final draft review. My only piece of feedback, I agree with the plan as it stands right now, but my only piece of feedback would just to see more in here around staff, maybe more feedback from staff, you know, more on the professional development. I'm not really sure how they're going to get additional professional development around teaching in COVID on top of development that they have to be teachers, right? So to improve their teaching and instruction.
Yep.
So I just would like to see more of that and make sure that voice is being presented a little bit more in terms of them having what they need to be successful in an incredibly stressful environment and world.
Yep, absolutely. I think that's an ongoing conversation. Yeah, and I know Alan did talk. There was a couple of pieces in the slides about professional development, and
for sure.
Yeah, and I know I saw a couple documents where they're arranging for that kind of professional development. Absolutely, it's key. The support has to be there for us to be successful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're the key to it. So.
They are the key.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Great. Anyone else? All right. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Against? Motion carries. That leaves only one motion for the evening.
Motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Did you get that?
Brandon, raise your hand.
Yep. All those in favor?
No discussion?
Aye.
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 Against? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone that stuck around, and thank you, everyone on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that's my new world record.
Well, you plan for a big crowd, now you plan for the worst scenario, and 59 people is not bad, considering some.